And before we jump in, remember, we got to go back and pick up the math in Unit 4. So we're going to start with that in a second. But just real quick, a couple reminders, you guys. Please remember there's pre-licensing world, which we just logged into, and then there's real world. And I know the real world is real, and I'm certainly not saying that pre-licensing isn't, but it's a matter of focusing on what we need to know for the test. So please keep that distinction. I know you guys have personal experience, and honestly, I fear that, because I fear sometimes your personal experience is getting crossed. So just put the personal experience off to the side, focus on pre-licensing. With that being said, last week, a couple times, I think I mentioned about the weight. I talked about the weight of the test. And I do want to share with you guys where I get that information, because I think it's important for you guys to know and understand, getting into further and further along in the class, where this is coming from. So I have a couple different sources that allows me to stand here and say, for example, units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units. So my sources, first off, if we look in the online learning system under the welcome section, you will see the syllabus for this class. Now, the Real Estate Commission says if you know what's in the syllabus, you're prepared for your state exam. So when I wrote this class, I wrote it with the syllabus in my hand, because remember, my job is to prepare you guys for your tests. My job is not to make you good real estate agents. That comes next. So I'm not giving you all the pieces to the puzzle. I'm not telling you everything you need to know about real estate. I'm just providing what the syllabus offers, so we can make sure you know everything you need to know for your state exam. If you look in the syllabus, and you're welcome to, I encourage you to flip through it. But if you look in your syllabus down here, starting on, this says page 4, it talks about level 1 material, says we need to be able to recall it. Level 2 is an application, and level 3 is an analysis. So the syllabus identifies each topic as level 1, level 2, or level 3. So that helps us identify the weight. Level 3 is going to be heavily tested. Level 3 is a very thorough understanding. Now, to make things easier for us, when we did our PowerPoints, what the syllabus calls level 1, I call a green star. What the syllabus calls level 2, I call a yellow star. And what the syllabus calls level 3, I call a red star. So you guys don't, I mean, you're welcome to look at the syllabus, but we've got that taken care of in our PowerPoints. So that's where we identify those different color stars. And again, the basic understanding you guys need. I know before we left last week, I mentioned that units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested. Part of the reason why I say that is because when we get into unit 7, we're gonna see lots of red stars. Red stars are a level 3 application. So the syllabus is one source where I get my information. The other source, still in the online learning system under the welcome section, there is called a Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina booklet, also known as Relink. In real estate, if we can make an abbreviation or acronym out of it, we're going to. So the Relink book, we will talk about this book together when we get about halfway through, give or take, because this book answers the question. This says, yay, I passed Julie's test. Now what am I supposed to do? So this book takes off where we leave off. This walks you through the application and how you apply and sit for your state exam and all that good stuff. Again, we will talk about this book about halfway through. We'll talk about it together as a class so we can make sure we're all on the same page. You guys also got this in the email from Lane when you registered. I don't know when she sent it, but I know they just updated it March 2023. So make sure you're looking at the online learning system for the current. And this is where we'll look when we look at it in a few weeks. But if we sneak peek ahead and scroll down just a bit, a question I get from you guys often is, how do I know what to study for my state exam? And guys, here it is. The Relink book tells you how many questions you can expect to see on certain topics, the topics that relate to the syllabus. So this directs us back to the syllabus. So the first couple units you can see there, let's see, that was unit 1. That's 13, 16, 18. So these first 4 units here, you're only going to see like 2 or 3 questions from. So we're going to get through them pretty quickly because they're not heavily tested topics. If we scroll ahead a bit, when we get into unit 7 is agency and brokerage relationships. Now you're looking at 22 questions from unit 7. Now you're looking at 13 questions or 15 questions, excuse me, from unit 18. Does this kind of make sense where we get the weight? So it tells you guys, like it tells you when you're preparing for your state exam, how well do you need to know basic contract law? This is unit 9. You're going to have 13 questions from it. I encourage you guys, and I will encourage you guys to use this as you're preparing for your state exam. As we get closer to the end, don't worry, I got a review for my class. So there's my test, and then there's the state exam. This is your guide. The syllabus in the Relink book is your guide for the state exam. The other thing I need you guys to understand, once you leave me in, when are we done? In August? Once you pass my exam and you leave me in August, you guys got to keep going. I need you to keep studying. I need you to keep up with those good study behaviors and study habits until you get through that second hurdle, that state exam. And these are why we offer you guys the tools like the syllabus and the online learning system. You'll still have access to the online learning system when you're done, because we got to wean you off and send you off to fly the nest, or, take the state exam, however you want to interpret that. So I just wanted to start, like I said, just share you guys with this information. We will talk all about this booklet. I usually do it about halfway through. So about the time we get done with unit 10, we'll talk about this booklet and the process. Some of you might be ready to start your application now. Some of you may want to wait. But I just wanted to share, you guys have all this at your disposal. If you haven't looked under the welcome section yet in the online learning system, there's just some good, housekeeping stuff. And that's what we have here. How many questions are on my exam? There's 112 on my exam. Other questions or comments where we get our, in other words, I'm not making this stuff up. This comes from the commission. The commission provides your state exam. And please always remember, you guys, that's our goal. That's our goal, is to get you through the state exam. Remember your goals. Questions or comments?
And how long do we have to take the class one? That one's
our exam is 4 hours.
4 hours. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
Is the class exam remote or is it in person?
It's online. So you'll log on to Zoom like you always do. And then you're going to take your exam on a program called ClassMarker. So if you're not familiar with ClassMarker, this is the email you guys got from Lane. And within this email from Lane, somewhere, where'd it go? I was looking right at it. There it is. This email you got from Lane, there's a little tutorial on ClassMarker. So you guys will log into Zoom like you always do, and then I'll provide you your email or your exam through ClassMarker. I encourage you guys to watch this tutorial so you can be familiar with it before the test. We got a midterm about halfway through as well. That will also be delivered on ClassMarker, so that'll give you guys good practice, get you ready for that class, for that test. Anything else? Perfect. Will you guys please set your chat to a private chat? I want you to set chat just to me. And in a private chat, I want every single one of you, I'm going to do this as attendance, for attendance. I want every single one of you to tell me how many square feet are in 1 acre. Private chat. Look, at some of y'all are ready for me. How many square feet? And if you don't know, tell me you don't know. Again, I'm not looking for right or wrong. I'm looking for attendance. So how many square feet are in 1 acre? Good memory. I love it when y'all answer my questions with a question mark. Like, are you asking me? That's right. There's the best one yet. 4 little old ladies driving 35 and a 60. So how do we remember how many square feet are in an acre? 4 little old ladies driving 35 and a 60. This is an important number. And guys, you know, I just went through this whole spiel about separating pre-licensing and the real world. Let me tell y'all something. In the real world, you're going to use this number. Let me tell you something, because when you get your hands on lot dimensions, for example, and your buyer looks at you and says, I wonder how many acres that is. I'm getting ready to teach you how you can answer that question for your buyer. Aren't you going to look like a good agent when you can whip your calculator out and say, beep, boop, boop, this is how many acres it is? Aren't you going to look like you know what you're talking about? All because you know there are 43,560 square feet in 1 acre. So what we're doing, bless you. So what we're doing, what we're learning is how to convert square feet to acres, acres to square feet. Now there's the formula you can memorize. If you're gonna go from acres to square feet, you multiply the 43,560. If you're going from square feet to acres, you can divide the 43,560. To me, this is awfully confusing. I'm looking at this going, what? Anybody else? All right, so let me ask you guys something. Where are my T-bar fans? Have any of you yet? Guess what? I have figured out how to take this and put it in a T-bar. I got to make a little tweak on the T-bar. I got to make just a little tweak. So instead, because I don't have a rate or percent. So instead of the rate or percent always going in the bottom right, now we're going to put our magic number of 43,560, 43,560. There are, I'm trying to talk and type. There it is. I can't do that, by the way. I don't know why I try. So my T-bar fans, if this helps you remember, I think it's a lot easier than knowing that you multiply or you divide. This is another one of these great math problems. If you divide it and it doesn't look right, try multiply and see what you get. Sometimes we just got to play with those numbers and see what they do. If you can remember the T-bar, square feet goes on top, acres goes on the bottom left. And then that magic number of 43,560 that you need to know. Your test will not give you this. Your buyers won't give you this. The county won't give you this. 43,560. You guys got this jotted down? Yep. You still got your chat set to private? Okay. So tell me in a private chat, how many acres are in 21,780 square feet? Everybody in? Let me ask you guys, thumbs up is yes, thumbs down is no. Is 21 or more than or less than? Let me start over, sorry. Thumbs up is more than, thumbs down is less than. So is 21,780 more than or less than 43,560? it is less than. So am I going to have more than or less than 1 acre? If I have 21,700, I'm going to have less than, right? Because if 1 acre equals 43,560, and I have 21,780 square feet, that tells me, I haven't even picked up a calculator yet, but that tells me sometimes just by looking at the number and thinking about it, you might be able to eliminate an answer choice before you ever pick up the calculator. So just stop, think, and look at it. 21,780 is less than 43,560. So to get to that, there's one of two ways. I either just know to divide, or we do our square feet. There it goes. And then our magic number, and then our X is acres. The back fourth line on the T-bar means divide. So if we take 21,780, divide it by 43,560, we have half an acre. Questions? Well, that was fun. Let's try another. Private chat, how many square feet are in 4 acres? Everybody in? So is 4 acres going to be more than or less than 43,560? 4 acres is going to be more than, because we know 1 acre equals 43,560. So if we have 4, we're going to have more than, and in this case, we're just going to multiply. So this time we're solving for our X. I know there are 4 acres, and we just have to know that magic number of 43,560. You're going to have problems where they give you acres and you got to convert to square feet. You're going to have problems where they give you square feet, you got to convert to acres. It all comes back to knowing every single acre has 43,560 square feet and knowing how to multiply and divide those numbers. Questions on this? Other math in Unit 4 is about area calculations, calculating space. So there's a couple formulas we're going to talk about, and then we're going to look at some practice together. So we got to deal with calculating a couple shapes. So the first shape we're going to calculate is a square and a rectangle. And the formula to find square feet or area of a square of a rectangle is length times width. This is going to apply if you're measuring a lot. This is going to apply if you're measuring a house. If you want to know how many square feet are in the kitchen, you can measure the length of the kitchen times the width of the kitchen. And that'll tell you the square feet or the area of the kitchen. We are going to talk about measuring residential square footage. The criteria, all that good stuff about measuring is coming in Unit 8. So bear with me on that. Right now, we're just introducing you to the idea. Any of my pre-algebra brains out there? Remember pre-algebra? All we're saying here now, all we're saying here is A times B equals C. So if any of my pre-algebra people remember that, all we're doing is saying A times B equals C. T-bar fans, rejoice. If you don't like the formula, you can use a T-bar. There's your length. There's your width. I think where the T-bar comes handy is if you were asked to solve for the length or the width. I think that's where the T-bar is helpful, because if we're asked to solve what is the length or what is the width, we have to divide something. And the T-bar helps us know when to divide. Now, I mentioned something earlier about same formula to measure a tract of land, a lot. The formula is the same, the verbiage is just a little bit different. So when we're talking about land, you might see, instead of the length, you might see it referred to as the front foot. And instead of the width, you might hear it referred to as the depth. So let's say, for example, this is our lot. Here's the road. What I'm telling you guys is that the length or the front foot is the part of the land that runs parallel with the road. That is the front foot. That is the length of the property. The depth then, or the width, is how far back does it go? How deep is it? So in other words, if you stand on this land with your back to the road, how far up does it go? How far deep does it go? So length and width is the same thing as saying front, feet, foot, and depth. It's just understanding the different verbiage. You may see a lot talking about front feet of X amount. It may talk about the length of the lot. Several different words to mean several different things. Questions on measuring squares or rectangles. By the way, square feet can also be referred to as area. You may be asked to find the area. Same thing as square feet. Real estate's one of those fun industries where we have several different words that mean the same thing. Isn't that a good time?
I was gonna ask that exact question because I took the quiz and I had only got the question wrong because I used the depth instead of the length as the
Length.
width as the front footage. And
Yep.
it pissed me off because I was like, what? How are you supposed to know which one is which? So thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. It's understanding that verbiage, that terminology. I'm teaching you guys how to speak broker. Did I mention this on day one? I'm teaching y'all a new language. I'm going to have you speaking broker by the time I'm done with you. Okay, so square and rectangle. Another shape that we may get to measure is a triangle. So we have a formula for a triangle. I'll give you guys time to write, but just for 1 second, look at me. Can we all agree that a triangle is half a square? For simplicity. For simplicity. I'm not talking about an obtuse triangle or anything crazy like that. But for simplicity, can we agree that a triangle is half a square? So to solve for a triangle, you solve length times width. And we cut it in two. Divide by 2. We're going to see using a triangle in just a minute. We're going to look at an example. There you go. That's a good way to look at it. The good news is squares and rectangles and triangles are the only shapes we need to know how to measure. Now let's go ahead and talk about this for a second. Again, we'll get into measuring and everything we need to know about measuring in Unit 8. But as it turns out, most houses aren't perfect squares and rectangles, are they? Rooms aren't perfect squares and rectangles, are they? So when you get into your career, learning how to measure and all that, again, we're going over the guidelines in Unit 8. But what we're going to have to do sometimes is take our graph paper and take a room and chop it up into shapes that I can measure. Because if I have a house, I showed an octagon house once. It had 8 sides. That thing was really interesting. My question was, how do you vacuum it? You know, but it was really interesting. And I thought, how would you measure this? You'd have to take it and chop it up and make it into squares and rectangles. So you may not always be able to walk into a room and measure the room. You may have to piecemeal it together. So I just say all that just as a little preview of things we're going to talk about in Unit 8. But the good news is we're only dealing with 3 shapes: square, rectangle, triangle. And if it's not one of those 3 shapes, I'll make it one of those 3 shapes. So we get to play around. All right, y'all got your private chat set? Everybody still got your private chat set? I got a couple questions for you. So tell me in a private chat, I want to know what the front feet of this is. I want to know what the square feet is. And I want to know what the acres are.
Julie, can you repeat what you want one more time, please?
I'm sorry, did I hear a question?
I just answered it myself.
I thought I'd sneak away and get my coffee. I want to know, what was the last thing I said? Front feet, square feet, and acres. How many front feet, square feet, and acres? We've got 30 more seconds, then we'll talk about it. So the first thing we were asked to do was find the front feet. The front feet is the part of the property that runs parallel to the road. So the front feet in this case is 150 feet. Front feet is the part that runs parallel to the road. Then we were asked to find the square feet. So we know square feet is length times width or front feet times depth. Let's do the T-bar because I put the equation on in just a second. So if you're a T-bar person and you're asked to find the square feet, I know my length is 150. I know my width is 50. Up, down line means multiply. So when you take 150 times 50, I get square feet of 7,500. So I just took the length or the front feet of 150, times it by the width or the depth of 50. I got 7,500 square feet. And then the last one wants to know how many acres. Is this lot more than or less than 1 acre? It's less than, isn't it? It's a teeny tiny lot, isn't it? Magic number of 43,560 goes down here. I know there's 7,500 square feet. We're solving for acres. When you take that, we get 0.172. We'll just round here. And my formula, people, there you go. 150 front feet, 7,500 square feet, 0.172 acres. Questions? I see smiles. This is good. Can I erase the pink? I do want to share something with you real quick while I'm here and I have a visual. Some of you may, if you haven't come across it yet, you will. There's a homework problem. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4, but there's a homework problem and it asks you about the cost. The city's doing a repair on the road or something and they're doing a special assessment. And then the final answer has you dividing by 2. And you guys, have y'all banged your head on the desk yet trying to figure this out? Always call me or text me before you feel the need to bang your head on the desk. That's why I'm here. Y'all want to know why they divide by 2? Because somebody owns the property across the street. Yeah, I know. So that final answer, you're finding the special assessment for the road, but understand you have somebody across the street that'll share that cost with you. Front feet is always going to be the bottom length. Yeah, if you want to think of the bottom length or whatever runs parallel to the road. Typically, the front feet is the most desirable part of the property, is what they're getting at here. In most homes, I understand there's an exception here every once in a while, but most homes, the front of the home faces the road. Most homes, the front door, the front of the property faces the road. All right, so that's that. Yep. Another formula, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it's in the syllabus, so here we are. You may be asked to solve for square yards. Square yards is just taking length times width and dividing by 9. Convert square yards to square feet. Just divide it by 9. Square yards is how we measure for flooring. So if you want to get new carpet or tile or laminate and you call the flooring guy out and they start measuring, they're going to determine how much flooring you need by calculating square yards. So similar to our triangle, length times width, and then divide that by 9. There's also just, again, it's understanding the verbiage. It's understanding the speak. So in real estate, you may hear people talk about the cost per square foot or the cost per acre. And what we're saying when we say cost per square foot, let's start with that one, is how much does each square foot cost? So if we were trying to figure out the cost of this house, we could use cost per square foot. What's the cost of the home divided by the square feet? And that'll tell us how much each square foot costs. Same thing with cost per acre. How much does each acre cost? In this case, when you see the word per, it's a fancy way of saying divide. So let's say, for example, they give you the cost of the home. House is $250,000. That's the cost. And there are 2,500 square feet. So cost per acre of this home, 250,000 divided by 2,500, tells us that every single square foot in this home costs $100. That square foot costs $100, that one over there. All square feet of the home cost $100. Similarly, cost per acre. How much does each acre cost? What's the cost for the whole tract of land divided by the total number of acres? Let's say there's 4 acres. I just changed my mind real quick. There we go. So in this case, how much does each acre cost? It would cost $125,000. What's 125 times 4? 500,000, which is the cost of the whole thing. So just understanding the verbiage. And when you see that, when you hear that, it's very common speak. When you hear that, we're just taking the cost of the entire thing, dividing it by the unit to find out how much the unit costs. Questions on this? A little bit more, unit 4 math. We may be asked to measure a trapezoid. The heck is a trapezoid? Okay, here's the good news. Remember what I said, the only shapes we know how to measure are squares, rectangles, and triangles. So don't let this word trapezoid freak you out. We're going to combine some shapes. In real estate, in the real world, where we might come across a trapezoid would be a bay window. A bay window is a window that kind of juts out from the room. So for example, you may have a breakfast room, and then coming from the breakfast room, you have this bay window. And assuming you can walk on it, you can measure it. Now, some bay windows have like a bench. You can't walk on it. That's kind of a general rule of thumb. If you can walk on it, you can measure it. So where a trapezoid comes into place, and I'm going to erase this now so I give myself some room to work. There's a great picture. We're going to go off the example on page 83. And when you guys see a trapezoid, I want you to draw it out on your paper, which is what we're looking at on page 83. Here's our shape. This is the trapezoid. And so it tells me that the top line is 6 feet. The bottom base is 10 feet. And then there's a depth of 4. So we pretty much just took page 83. Depth is 4. So we just pretty much took page 83 and put it on the screen here for you. Since we don't know how to measure a trapezoid, since I don't know the formula for this shape, I got to make it into shapes that I can measure. And what are the shapes that I know how to measure? Square, rectangle, and triangle. That's it. So I got to take this trapezoid and make it into those shapes. So if we take our imaginary line and this is what I mean by taking our graph paper and make it into shapes that I can measure. Does everybody see 2 triangles and a rectangle? Let me see some head bobs. First off, I took a trapezoid and I put it into a shape that we can measure. So I got two triangles and a rectangle. The first shape we're going to measure is our rectangle. And our rectangle is here. So to solve for a rectangle, we take the length, which is 6, times the depth, which is 4. So 6 times 4. This is my rectangle. Can everybody, let's look at the bottom baseline. The total length of the bottom base is 10. Can everybody see that? Can everybody agree with me? The total length of the bottom base is 10. Didn't we just use up 6 for the triangle? We just took away 6 for the triangle, right? So now, how many do we have left? We have 4, which gives me 2 on each side. 2 plus 6 plus 2 equals 10. So we took that bottom base. The whole thing is 10, but I got to use that whole thing for 3 shapes. I have 2 triangles and a rectangle. So 6 for the rectangle, and then 2 2s for my triangles. So now to solve for the triangle, we take 2 times 4 is 8. And then a triangle, we divide by 2. So each triangle is 4. So now I have 6. No, I'm sorry, I have 24 from the rectangle, 4 from each triangle. So this thing is 32. If it's not a shape you can measure, you got to make it into a shape you can measure. And trapezoids, we can make into a rectangle and 2 triangles. There's some extra practice on this, by the way. Another example, make a note, page 779 in your book. It gives you a little bit more. I think I share that with you again at the end of the unit. But page 779 has kind of another example. Questions on this?
I'm not clear with their calculations.
Say it again.
I said I'm not clear with their calculations.
With the
I don't know.
calculations, so we just used our, so we just use our length times width. To find the square feet of the rectangle. And then we used our length times width divided by 2 for the square feet of our triangle. So we first found the rectangle, top base, which is the rectangle. The top line is 6. My depth is 4. So 6 times 4 gave me 24. Depth is width. Yep. And then the 2 triangles, because if we look here, my bottom line is 10 total. The whole thing down here is 10. And when we took out the rectangle, pretend like we just erased it. Pretend like the rectangle doesn't even exist anymore because we just did something with that. So we're done with this. And we just used up 6 of the bottom line for the rectangle, which leaves me with 4 left. 10 minus 6 gives me 4. And then we're going to divvy that between the 2 triangles. The one triangle has 2 feet. The other triangle has 2 feet. And I got 2 triangles. We take 2 times 4 gives me 8. Divided by 2 is 4. Add them all together, my three shapes together. Because when we chop it up, what we're doing is I'm giving myself, this is a triangle, this is a rectangle, and this is a triangle. I think this is one of these things, you do it again, you see it and do it. Like put it out on the paper and chop that shape up. Some of you, I mean, this might help. Let's see if I can do this. There's that. There's that. And then there's that. So we just gave you three different shapes to measure. Anything else? Can I erase? I'd say the pink, but I got all sorts of pretty colors on here now. All right, let's do some for you guys. So get your private chat set. They should already be set to me. I'd like you to tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. I'll give you a few minutes, and then of course we'll talk about it. You got one more minute, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. So what do we do first when we see a math problem? Just read it. Just read it. A lot with a depth of 80 feet and an area of 4,800 square feet was sold for $350 per front foot. What was the total sales price? Anybody else a visual person? You like pictures? Yeah, me too. So when I'm looking at land, for example, a lot, I like to see what it is that I'm looking at. So I know I have a depth of 80. I have an area of 4,800. Do I know my front foot or my length? Not yet. This gives me my visual, doesn't it? This lets me know at least where to start. At least I know I have what it is I'm working with. In order to find what the cost is per front foot, how much does each front foot cost? I first need to find the front feet, right? So I have the length, I have the width and the depth. Nope. I have the depth and the square feet. So we can use our T-bar here. My square feet is 4,800. I do not know the length, and I know the depth is 80. Take 4,800 divided by 80. And I get a depth or a length, I get a length of 60. So I get a length or a front feet of 60. Question so far on how I got that. My front feet is 60. Now the question wants to know what the cost is. We know cost per square foot, cost per acre. But it's telling me that every single front feet costs $350. This front feet costs $350. This front foot costs $350. Every single front foot of the property costs $350. What's the opposite of divide? Multiply. So if I would have had to divide to find the 350, now that I know the 350, I can take it and multiply to get the total cost of the land, which is A. It gave me how much each front foot cost. I had to find the front foot, the total number of front foot, and then I can multiply them together to get the cost of this lot. Question comes in, can you use pencil and paper for your test? Absolutely, of course. I'll give you scratch paper. Your testing exam will give you scratch paper, of course. I don't do math without pictures. Questions on this one? Yeah.
So I think the part that, I mean, I did the math right, but I think the part that confused me and what took so long was the wording of 350 per front foot, which is just the length. And then it says the total sales price. So does that mean am I thinking too deep into this, or is it just like, just answer the question, or is it just saying that that's just the price of the front, like, because wouldn't you do the whole thing and not just the front foot of the sales price? You know what I mean?
That's right. So every single front foot costs $350. And so, yeah, we're saying that what the problem gave us was the cost of the front foot. What we had to find was the cost of the land, and the land was based off of how much does each front foot cost.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's pretty, like, okay, this is how many square feet. And as a builder, I can tell you how much it cost me to build a square foot, right? So if I tell you that you say I want a house this big, you say I want 2,500 square feet, and I say, well, as a builder, I know each square foot costs X amount. You can figure out the cost of your house, right? That's kind of how we can use that. It's about, production, labor, supplies, right? It all rolls down into that cost per unit. That's what we're saying here is cost per unit.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
I agree. I chose A, but then after I did that, I'm like, wait a minute, they've been tricking us the whole time.
Not this time. You guys got your guards up, don't you? That's not a bad thing. Keep them up, but make sure you can see over it too, okay? Anything else on this one?
I'm a little bit kind of confused with the way you did it because what I did was I used the price per front foot times the area square feet divided by the depth, which gave me that 21,000.
So you did it a different way? And you
I
still
did it
got
a
the right
different way.
answer? Perfect.
Yes, and I got the right
Perfect.
answer.
That's what we love about math, right? Our brains can see it differently. And George, it makes no difference to me how you do it, as long as at the end, you both get A. Perfect. If you see another way to do it, that's one thing I like so much about math. Everybody's brain's different. Can we agree with that? All of our brains are wired differently, aren't they? So some of you may have a different math vein and different math line. And again, bottom line, you don't have to show me your work for the exam. All of your tests, both of your exams are multiple choice. So at the end of the day, all you have to do is tell me A, B, C, or D. You can guess it right and still get it right. Just tell me A. So perfect. Thank you, George.
I have a question about sections in a township. And I know it's not in reference to this. Do you want me to wait until after class?
Can we hang on to that? Yep. Let's
Sure.
hang on to that.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason for that, I got one more that we're going to do together, but I also think we need to take a break. So let's go ahead and just take a pause. Let's take 10. When we come back, we're going to finish up unit 4. Joy, don't let me forget to go back and get your question. And then we will keep going. So let's take 10. All right. So I am taking attendance. Oh, Jayla, I just got you. You're in. All right, let's do one more together, and then that'll wrap up Unit 4 for us. I do have practice for you guys, of course, so I will show you in just 1 second where that is. I have taken attendance, so make sure you tell me you're back if you missed you. All right, private chat still set. Let's try one more. Tell me in a chat, private chat, A, B, C, or D. One more minute. You get something? All right, so let's see what we got here. Question says, how many acres are contained in a rectangular land parcel that has a length of 175 feet and a depth of 685? If you're a visual person, can't hurt to draw it out so we can see what it is. Obviously not drawn to scale, 685. The problem is asking about acres. So to get to acres, I need two pieces. I need that magic number, 43,560, and I also need the square feet. Do I know the square feet? Not yet, but I can get it real quick, right? So these are multi-step problems because we got to do a few things first. So first we got to find our square feet. Length times width gives me square feet. That's the total square feet. Complete my picture. I know the total square feet. Then the last step, the next step, is to take our newfound square feet, our magic number 43,560, and what we're solving for is our acres, which is X. So we take 119,875. That fourth line in the T-bar means divide. So there are 2.75 square feet or A. Questions on this one? My question to you guys, if you didn't get it right, do you see where you went wrong? Good, good. Guys, this is us working the kinks out. Please don't be so hard on yourselves. You just met this math like an hour ago, so go easy on yourself. And again, that's why we give you guys lots and lots of practice. So remember, I'm recording, so you can go back through the first hour and rewatch the math for Unit 4. Also, please remember, you guys, there's more math in the unit than what you need to know. So hone in on what you need to know by just but what we covered in class. That's going to be what's in the syllabus. And that officially gets us through Unit 4. Unit 4 is a two-parter. It looks short, but we stretch it out, don't we? So those key terms. Remember Unit 4, we started talking about the legal description and the survey. So refresher on those key terms are back on page 71. Your key point review is on page 81. Good checklist. And then you have a student quiz at the end of Unit 4. And then from extra math practice, the math concepts in Unit 4 is on page 80. Again, more here than what you need to know. So if you look at page 80 and there's something we did not talk about today, cross it out. That math facts, back on page 775, 779, that kind of goes over our shapes. There's a trapezoid back there as well. And then there's these 50 problems in the back of the book, starting on page 803. These are the numbers that relate to the math that we just did. So instead of giving you all 50 of those problems all at once, instead what I've chosen to do is kind of break it down to give you additional practice. So these are the numbers that relate to the math that we just did in Unit 4. Again, I consider the back of the book like 201. So I recommend doing the book first, doing the online learning system, which we'll look at in just a second. Once you conquer those, then go back page 803 and do these numbers. They tend to be just a little bit more, I won't say more difficult, but they can be a little bit more difficult. Okay. Joy had a question on townships.
So in the quiz Unit 4 quiz number 12, it asked which section is east of section 13, and it said 18, and I don't understand why it's 18.
So out west, remember this is out west, and it's all comprised of multiple townships. So if we to put two townships next to each other, then now what would be next to 13 is 18. Yep. Yep. And guys, seriously, this is why I'm available, because you probably stumbled across this over the weekend at some point, and you've been fretting about it till Tuesday. We don't need to wait till Tuesday, you guys. Never hesitate to reach out to me if there's something I can help with as you guys are working through these test questions.
Okay, so it was not necessarily because of this specific township, but just saying in general what would be next to 13, because you could assume that there's another one right next.
Townships, they're side by side, they're on top of each other. It's however many townships we need to make up the West.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Everybody have these page numbers jotted down for practice? Okay. The other thing I want to do, go out to the online learning system real quick. The Unit 4 material, there's a quiz here, but just to point out, there's also a quiz in the Unit 5 material. And I know there's some Unit 4 in there, and there's also some math in there as well. So Units 4 and 5, we're getting ready to wrap up 5. So if you haven't done the 5 quiz, you may see that. Any questions on Unit 5? I'm going to stop sharing real quick so we can look at each other. Okay. So now let's pick back up in Unit 5. And before we do that, please turn with me in your book to page 86. Page 86 kind of got us started in Unit 5. One of the first things we talked about that we're going to hear this theme over and over and over again. Can we look at that maybe on break or something or after class? Okay. So the theme that we're going to start seeing over and over and over again on page 86 is the idea of the giver and the receivee. So identifying those ORs and EEs. Hopefully you wrote a big OR and EE. Particularly what we were talking about in Unit 5 was the grantor, which is the giver of the deed, and the grantee, which is the receivee of the deed. On page 87, we talked about essential elements of a valid deed. Remember when we talk about the validity of any document, we're referring to how would the judge interpret it. The judge is the one that gets to determine validity. So if the judge is handing the deed and is asked, is this thing valid? Page 87 are the things that the judge is looking for to determine the validity. We also use these things on page 87, these essential elements, to talk about like cake ingredients. You have to have certain ingredients for cake. If you don't have flour, you don't have cake. Same thing on page 87. If you don't have the deed in writing, then you don't have a valid deed. Then on page 88, we looked at the extras. The judge is not looking for these things. The judge can determine the validity without these things. However, they are often present. So we looked at page 88 as the sprinkles and the icing and the whatever you like on your cake, the extra ingredients that are, they make it better, but they're not required. Then we introduce you to several different types of deeds. The most common one, the one that we use the most often, is the general warranty deed on page 89. And what makes a general warranty deed so special? It offers the grantee the most protection from the grantor. And how it offers that protection is because the grantor offers different covenants or warranties. What they're providing is a free marketable deed, a free marketable title. And that's what they're warranting to the grantee. A couple other types of deeds we talked about. On page 92, we talked about how homeowners, property owners can lose their property involuntarily if the court takes the property. So a couple of things we looked at there: eminent domain, escheat, adverse possession, over on 93, 94. And then on 95, we kind of got into the closing attorney's role. Now we're going to talk all about the contract to closing process when we get to Unit 21. So pretty much walking through the day you go into contract, yay, to the day to closing and everything involved in between. So there's going to have we'll have the closing attorney back in that discussion. One of the big things that the attorney does is does the very thorough search of the public records, making sure that their buyer client is getting clear marketable title. The closing attorney is also going to report to the title insurance company. And based on their opinion, that clean bill of health is when the title insurance company will release the policy to protect the new owner. Remember, today they're the buyer, tomorrow they're the owner. So once they become the owner of the property, title insurance is going to cover the current owner for as long as they own the property. And remember, what title insurance is covering the current owner for is errors of the past. So in other words, what did a former owner do to the property? Errors of the past. If the current owner puts any blemish on their title, they'll have to clear it up before they can convey. Today they're the buyer, tomorrow they're the seller, 2 days from now, they're the owner, 2 days from now they're the seller. Right? So we got to figure out their role. Anything they do to affect their title while they own it, they'll have to clear up. But title insurance is there to protect them from errors of the past. And then we started talking about recording. The closing attorney has a certain process that they have to follow when recording. a certain order of things, if you will, to make sure that the timeline lines up. We need to show, and this is where we ended, so you should already have this in your notes. If you're tired of taking notes, don't forget I got PowerPoints in the online learning system. So the last thing we said on Thursday in Unit 5 was the order of how things are recorded. Because the attorney has to pay off the seller's lien satisfaction. They have to show the deed of release for their outstanding lien before they can convey, before they can show the buyer's new deed. So there's a certain timeline that the attorney needs to do to make things that when this buyer goes to sell, there's not going to be issues. We don't want them to show a deed of release or, as soon as they purchase the property. So the order, the timing that the attorney does is important. So this is where we left off, and we are really close to the end of Unit 5. I know that was like a super quick summary. Any questions on anything from Unit 5 before we finish this up? Okay. Very important. In Unit 5, we are introduced to something called the North Carolina Connor Act. The Connor Act is very important. The Connor Act is the act that tells us that there are certain documents that have to be recorded. And they specify which documents. We'll see that list in just one second. But the Connor Act says that there are certain documents that have to be recorded. And the whole reason that we record is so the document is enforceable. How do you make the document enforceable? Connor says you have to record it. It's not valid against any interested third parties. Remember, you guys, failure to record the document doesn't affect the validity. What it affects, if you don't record, what it affects is the enforceability of it. If you don't have it recorded, you don't have enforcement. You don't have you can't have it enforceable. Each county in North Carolina has a register of deeds. Documents will be recorded in the county where the property is located. So the property address, that tells you what county, what register of deeds. Most counties that I know of, now I don't know all 100 counties in North Carolina, but here in the Triad and all of our surrounding counties at least, register of deeds records are now online. So the good news is we don't have to go downtown anymore. We can access, if you want to find the register of deeds, we talked about the GIS. You can just go to your county register of deeds, several different ways to get there. So the Connor Act says there are certain documents that have to be recorded so that they are enforceable. We're not affecting the validity of them. We're just making them enforceable. And then Connor, and this is all in your book on 101, if you don't want to write this down. Then Connor gives us specifically a list of documents that they require to be recorded. So the deed will be recorded, your brand new deed. In North Carolina, we're just awfully fancy. We call our mortgage a deed of trust. So the deed of trust is just the mortgage. Yes, ma'am.
So I was reading over this again over the weekend, and it kind of didn't make sense to me, but then it finally was sinking in. I'm going to buy, say, 40 acres, and then I'm going to split it up, and I got too busy, didn't record everything, and I sold a piece of it off and what have you, and the next person went and recorded theirs. So my understanding, and please correct me and tell me how wrong I am on this, would this come into play with like easements, and I recorded first as the new buyer, so if I recorded first, I kind of waived and don't have to do my easements because the first person didn't get theirs in first to say the easements were there?
North Carolina is a pure race state, which means the first one to get to the courthouse wins. It's a
And I have
race to the
first,
courthouse.
I don't have
But
to.
even though you guys both have valid documents,
Right.
which one's enforceable? The one that gets there first, the one that records first.
That's was my understanding, so I don't have to give them easements. But that's what I was kind of.
Yep.
understanding.
Yep, you got it.
Thank you.
So deed of trust is our mortgage. Connor requires leases for more than 3 years to be recorded. Can we record any lease? Sure. Connor requires leases for more than 3 years, made it commercial or residential. Anything more than 3 years. Easements, as Mary was just saying, needs to be recorded. Restrictive covenants, we're going to talk about restrictive covenants in Unit 6. Installment land contracts and option contracts, we'll talk about those in Unit 10. And then assignments, we'll introduce you to assignments in Unit 9. But this just gives us a list. And again, the whole reason we record is so it's enforceable. And please understand, this has nothing to do with the validity of the document. When the judge gets the document, the judge doesn't care if it's recorded. It's the Connor Act that cares that it's recorded. And Connor says, I want you to record these documents so that they are enforceable. So you have a leg to stand on and you can prove it's yours. When it comes to recording, North Carolina is a pure race state. So the first one to get to the courthouse with their document, the first one to record wins. It's a race to the courthouse. There's a, Mary, to your point, there's a fascinating example in your book on 101 about what could happen if we don't have attorneys involved. Suppose Zackerman sells her property to Sands. Sands fails to record his deed. 2 weeks later, Shady Zackerman sells the same property, even though it's no longer hers, to Hanson. Hanson suspects that Zackerman no longer owns the property, but accepts the deed and quickly runs downtown and records it. Because Hanson recorded their deed, he now has marketable title of the property, and Sands is out of luck. Sands may be able to sue Zackerman, but when we go to the public courthouse, when we go to the public records, who are we going to show as the owner of the deed? We're going to show Hanson, aren't we? So it made that document enforceable. Both are valid, but because Hanson got there first, it made it enforceable. Connor Act. Become friends with Connor.
So Julie, you're saying that although Zackerman sold the property to Sands and Sands paid for it?
It's a race to the courthouse. Who got there first? And that's
So
what
you
North Carolina is.
Have you experienced that as a real estate agent?
Am I doing this?
No, have you experienced that as a
No,
real
no, no,
estate
no.
agent?
Have I experienced this? No, I have not. Because we use attorneys. So again, this is an example if we didn't have attorneys involved.
Oh,
They're gonna do that for us. So this example answers the question, well, why do I need an attorney? Well, because if you're Sands, that would be in your best interest. Yep. Other states may use what's called a torn system. We don't do this in North Carolina, and I don't know what states do, but this is just registering your land. Do you register your land? Once you're registered, you are the owner of record. So all states are a little bit different. North Carolina just happens to be a pure race state. The first one to the courthouse wins. The last little piece in Unit 5 is talking about something called excise tax. Excise tax is paid at closing. The grantor has to pay excise tax. Why don't you guys remind me in a private chat who the grantor is? Private chat, who is the grantor? Yep. And I'm seeing it all over. The grantor is the giver. The grantor is the giver of the deed. So the grantor is the seller. The seller is given the deed to the buyer, the grantee. So the seller has a charge at settlement. They will pay excise tax. Now, some of us old school people still may refer to it as revenue stamps. Same thing. When we get to unit 21 and we go to closing, we're going to break down some of the buyer's debits, the seller's debits, the various things that they owe at settlement. So we'll see excise tax again as a debit to the seller, money that they owe. And how excise tax is calculated. It's always calculated on the full purchase price, whatever the sales price is. And excise tax is 5/100 of the purchase price. So you take that sales price, you divide it by 500. Here's the trick to excise tax. If you ever or when you calculate excise tax, so let's take $150,000 sales price. It's not going to work out for me. 150,000, 250 sales price. And we want to know the excise tax. So we just take the sales price and divide by 500. This is the trick. Once you divide by 500, if you ever get change, you always round up to the nearest whole dollar. And that's the charge to the seller. Excise tax will never have change. It's always a whole number. So if you calculate it, you take the purchase price, divide by 500, and you get some cents. Always round up. Take everything you thought you knew about rounding and throw it out the window. Even if we would have divided and got 300.01, we always round up. Always round up. This is the government we're talking about here. Always round up.
So if you started with that 150,250, like in the book, it says round up to 150,500. Is that where
you
you
can do that
round?
as well too? So if you want to
Okay.
take the purchase price and round it up and then divide by 500.
Okay.
Yep. Different way to see that. Yep. I like to round the smaller number, right? Round up to a whole dollar. I see that easier. But excise tax, purchase price divided by 500 and round up. You guys got your private chat set? Come in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Okay. So I know my sales price, 249, 750. Excise tax is 5/100 of the sales price. So 249, 750 divided by 400 gives me 499.50. Anytime you see change, the little flag should go up. We're never going to have change. We're always going to round up. Excise tax is always a whole dollar, a whole amount. So we take our 499.50, round it up to 500. Questions on excise tax?
Who is it paid to?
The county, the government. Yep. They get you when you buy it, they get you while you own it, and guess what? They're gonna get you one more time when you go to sell it. They
Yeah.
will get their money, yes.
So with like the example about Zackerman, Sands, and Hansen, so Zackerman, whenever they, and obviously this is a situation without attorneys, but let's say this did happen and Zackerman paid the excise tax the first time and then the second time, but whenever everything happened and they said that the enforceable deed was actually for Hansen, does that mean that Zackerman could technically get his excise tax back from Sands?
I guess, well, he'd be charged it twice, right? If he was sold it twice, he'd be charged it twice, but yeah, that got out of our realm, right? But yeah, I mean, he would charge, or he would pay it when he sold it to Sands, and then theoretically he would pay it when he sold it to Hansen. But he sold the property twice, so I'd pay $1,000 if I could get the purchase price twice, you know, that doesn't
Right.
make any sense. But yeah,
Okay.
that's a huge rabbit trail because
It is a rabbit trail. Okay, thank you.
uh-huh. Anything else on excise tax? We're just wrapping up all sorts of things today, aren't we? Unit 5, that did it. I told you we were close. Those key terms back on page 85. You got a quiz. I'm sorry, a key point review on 103. You got a quiz on 106. And then those math concepts on page 102, there is no extra practice on excise tax. You have a little bit in your book at the end of unit 5. But the math concepts that explain the excise tax is on page 102. Questions? How we doing? By the way, don't forget, we're here till 2 today. So you guys get your energy drink or your extra cup of coffee or whatever it is you need to get us through. Cheers, right? All right, big deep breath. Here we go, unit 6. And before we get into unit 6, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. I just want to take a minute and have a conversation with you guys because unit 6 is kind of exciting to me because unit 6 is really the first unit that we start bringing our role in. We start bringing what the heck is the agent doing? I'm sure the first couple units, all we've heard is a lot of attorney talk. And I've said, call your attorney a lot, haven't I? And you guys may be wondering, well, what am I doing? What am I involved in the transaction? So unit 6 is really where we start talking about us and our role. And one thing I think is important for you guys to understand getting into this career, you were in a class for a North Carolina real estate license. Your license says that you can brokerage any deal, any transaction, as long as the property is located in the state of North Carolina. I don't care where you are. It's about where the property is. And that involves residential, commercial, agricultural, that's for sale, that's for a lease. I mean, they give you a license that covers everything and expect you are going to hone in on your market. There's an old saying, you guys, just because you can doesn't mean that you should. Yes, your license allows you to work the entire state of North Carolina. But what I encourage you guys to start doing now is thinking about the market that you want to work. Is it around where you live? Is it your county? Is it something like the triad or the triangle? Depending on where you are. We as real estate agents are the experts of our market, which means houses come and go, buyers and sellers come and go. But what remains is the market. We know what's going on in our market. We need to be watching the news every once in a while, the local news, find out what's going on. Being familiar with various planning, what kind of city planning or board planning. We're going to talk about zoning in just a second. Just being familiar with the area altogether. Does anybody ever go open housing on Sunday afternoons? Does anybody ever go pop in? Yeah. What a great way to start learning your market. Now, inventory's coming back up. We're starting to hold open houses again. If you guys are out and about on a Sunday afternoon and you see an open house, go in, because that's going to help you identify what homes in that area, in that market look like. You don't have to be a super serious buyer to go into an open house. They're open to the public. As an agent that's done open houses, we get lots of tire kickers, people that are just out, you know, Sunday afternoon driving, which is fine. All I ask that you guys, if you do go open housing, please be honest with the agent. Don't walk in there acting like a super serious buyer if you're not. Walk in there and say, look, I'm in pre-licensing and my instructor told me to swing in here and check it out. They'll be more than willing to walk you through. Just please don't go in there acting like a super serious buyer. Another thing you guys want to may start doing, turn highway off your GPS. So when you're out and about and you're driving around, the highway is the fast, easy route, right? How many houses for sale do you see on I-85 or I-40? So by turning highway off, getting yourself off the interstate, it allows you to start familiarizing yourself with the area that you want to work. When you drive by a house and you see a for sale sign in the front yard, pull over safely. Please don't be on your phone and drive. But when you get to where your destination is, look it up. This is going to start teaching you, again, what homes are going through for in your area, what they look like, the market that you want to work. Now, if you get your license and you say, I just want to focus on Winston-Salem or Forsyth County, that's your choice. If you say, I want to take on the triad, that's your choice. That's more areas that you need to be familiar with. And that's what we mean by being the expert of our market. The market is not just the area that you want to work, but it's also knowing, again, we're turning the news back on and we know what's going on with the real estate market, knowing what kind of crazy inventory market we're in right now, the day-to-day changes. So I certainly don't want anything to take away from your study time, but I know we're out and about in our cars a lot anyway. So as you're out and about, just start looking. Again, particularly around where you live is generally where we start working. You're free to work wherever, but just kind of start thinking about that, what you want to, the area that you want to work, and you can start becoming the expert of that market. Most cities or counties have some kind of website. You could check out their planning, what they have upcoming, various things. Some of you may want to get involved as well. But I would start with Google and I would start in your car. It's the best way to learn the area in your market to begin with. So go open housing. Last year we didn't have inventory to have an open house, but we're starting to see open houses come back up and be a good opportunity for you guys to get out and about and start seeing some properties. And so with that being said, we get into Unit 6, which is our land use controls. And in Unit 6, our guide, our map, we're going to talk about public land use controls, and we're going to talk about private land use controls. We have a lot of words that we need to define in Unit 6. I do recommend flashcards for our zoning terms. And then, as I said, we're going to bring ourselves into it. So we're going to talk about what our responsibility is for disclosing. That's the key word for the real estate agent. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Why don't y'all write that down for me? Disclose. Disclose what? This is part of what we're starting to talk about. This is introducing us into it. So what's our responsibility for disclosing land use controls? So starting on page 110, just a really brief history of zoning. Zoning actually came to be early 1900s, and as most things, it started in New York. And they built a building before, like early 1900s, before we had a lot of our skyscrapers. And they built a building, and when the sun hit that building just right, they said it cast a 7-acre shadow over the city. The way the sun hit it, a 7-acre shadow. How many square feet is that? So if you take a 7-acre shadow, and what they said, okay, we need to have some kind of regulations, and need some kind of control about the height of the buildings, where the buildings are located. So zoning obviously has evolved since the early 1900s. Obviously, New York, they're just jam-packed full of skyscrapers. But generally speaking, where it started and what it's about. So talking specifically about our public land use controls. One of the major differences between public land use controls and private land use controls is how they're enforced. So public land use controls is enforced by our police powers. If somebody is violating a public land use control, such as zoning, we need to either contact the local government or the police. I'll let them know that their zoning is being violated. Somebody figured that out. 304,920, thank you, square feet over that shadow that building in New York cost. Thank you. So police powers are created to enforce government regulations, such as public land use controls. And all of our cities and towns and counties and municipalities, however they're all divided out, generally, they have some kind of master plan. Did you guys, when you were in high school or college and you were ever asked the question, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Do we always have a hard time answering that question? I don't see what I'm eating for dinner tomorrow yet, not alone where I'm going to be in 10 years from now. You know, that was always a hard question for me. But one thing that the cities address on the regular is their long-term plan, and that's their master plan. Where do you see yourself in 20 years? What kind of growth do you project that the city will have? What kind of decline? And with public land use control, the big thing is our zoning. Zoning helps enforce, again, government regulations. It also helps prepare for that long-term master plan. Where do we see ourselves in 20 years? Let's help regulate this through zoning. So zoning are local laws on how we can use our land. And the thing about zoning is flexible. Zoning changes. As areas grow and decline, zoning has to be flexible so they can change and grow and decline with it. There's a great example in your book on page 112, top of page 112. In many large cities, factories and warehouses sit empty. Some cities have begun changing the zoning for such properties to permit new residential commercial developments that were once zoned for industrial use. You throw in some tax incentives, these changes lure developers back into the city. They can result in modern housing, conveniently located and affordable, all because we changed the zoning. Isn't that what's happening in downtown Winston-Salem right now? Isn't that what's happening in downtown High Point? Where else is this happening? I'm sure in your area this is happening. This is a picture of Winston-Salem. This used to be one of our old RJR warehouses. Today, it's nice apartments. I mean, nice. If you ever get a chance to check out one of the renovated downtown, it's very nice. So had they not allowed this zoning to change to residential, if they insisted on keeping it industrial, it'd be an old abandoned warehouse right now that's fallen down. Do we want that? Is that kind of an eyesore? If we can revitalize it, if we can redo it and reuse it, and it all starts with changing the zoning, changing the allowing use. Somebody's moving in downtown, good for you. It's fun downtown. I wish I could live, well, some days I wish I could live downtown. Asheville is growing, absolutely. I think that's one thing in North Carolina we're seeing is a lot of growth. You don't have to go far. Like we said, with zoning, there's something called the North Carolina Enabling Act. All this says is that zoning is local in nature. So Winston-Salem is going to regulate Winston-Salem zoning. Greensboro is going to regulate Greensboro. In other words, you guys, the capital, the state, or the government, federal government, can't regulate the local zoning. It's local in nature. So Raleigh is never going to show up to Winston-Salem and say, this is what your zoning needs to be. Winston-Salem, per the Enabling Act, has free reign to set their zoning. And this takes us back to us being experts of our market. No zoning is the same. You go from Winston to Kernersville and it's different. Now, we don't have to memorize it, but we need to be familiar with it. We need to know where we can find it. Because if you have buyers and sellers asking questions about zoning, don't I need to know how to help them? And that's where we're the experts of our markets. We can't say, I don't know, and expect to move on. So the Enabling Act keeps things local in nature, which means zoning changes from city to city, county to county, however it's divided out. And with zoning, there's several different classifications. You can have residential zoning. Residential is where we live. It's our dwelling. You can have commercial, which is our office parks and our retails. Industrial and agricultural. You can find sub-classifications of each of these. With commercial, I just mentioned retail and business park. Just because it's zoned commercial may not be that you can have your retail store. It's got to be zoned specifically for retail commercial. With residential, you might have single family use and mixed family use. How many families are allowed to live on that property if it's zoned single family? Yeah, just one. How many families are allowed to live on that property if it's zoned multifamily? As many as you want. So again, being familiar with the zoning, you also might find mixed use. Let's go back downtown. Anywhere. You get retail and restaurants on the first floor of the building. And then the second floor, third floor, fourth floor, you might have apartments or condos. Those are going to be a mixed use, residential and commercial. So a lot going on with zoning. Again, important that we understand, are familiar with our market. And that is having an understanding of where to go, where to find your firm. Once you get your license, your firm will offer more on that, of course. We're not going to take the time in class to go to every county in North Carolina and look up your zoning. So just know that we're introducing you to it. Your firm will help you. Questions so far?
Another question.
Yeah.
Is there a specific limit to like zoning? So I know there's different, like it can only be X amount of acres for one zone. Like it can't exceed a certain amount of space or area or whatever for a specific zone.
Every zoning is different. So you might have something like that in one area, and then you might go to the next city or the next county and it's zoned differently.
Okay, but there's no general rule of thumb for
That's
each
the
county?
Enabling Act. It's local in nature. Yep. So Winston-Salem, when it comes to zoning, can do whatever they want to.
Wow, okay.
Yep. And this takes me back to, we need to be the experts of our market. So before you guys, if you're sitting there right now going, when I get my license, I'm going to sell houses anywhere in the state of North Carolina. Guys, that's a lot. That's a lot. And this is why I'm encouraging you guys, just because you can brokerage any deal in the state of North Carolina doesn't mean that you should. By honing in on your market, the market that you want to work, that helps you know what market you need to be familiar with. And being familiar with, at least knowing how to access zoning is part of being familiar with your market. So as it varies from city to city, county to county, however the lines are drawn. So let's say 10, we come back, we're going to talk about some of these zoning terms. There's zoning words we need to know. So let's take 10. Camera's popping on. Hello. All right, so I'm going to take attendance. Me, I got you. And up next, we got some zoning terms, just a basic understanding of these words. If you, thank you for letting me know that you're back. Say when you see a test question, probably what's going to happen is they're going to give you a scenario and then ask you which zoning term does this apply to. So again, just a basic understanding so we can apply it to a scenario if asked. The first zoning term we have is called cluster zoning. This is what we see when we're talking with cul-de-sacs, for example. So if you slightly reduce the lot size, you can increase the open space. If we have a cul-de-sac zone for cluster zoning, then we can get more homes around the little circle there. So cluster zoning. Another zoning term we have is buffer zoning. This is a strip of land that's meant to separate two different types of zoning. So for example, you might have a buffer zone that separates residential from commercial or industrial. You guys see that strip of trees there in the red, about halfway through that picture? Everybody see that red box there? Those trees are protected, which means if you break out your chainsaw and cut them down, they're going to come after you. I don't know what they're going to do because every government's different, but they're protected. And their whole point is just to, again, have a definite separation between a residential area and a non-residential area. I can't tell in this picture, but we can clearly see like homes over here and down here. I mean, this could be a warehouse, this could be a Walmart, I don't know, but either one, I'm thinking these people don't want to see that. So they have that buffer zone. Welcome back. Another zoning term we have are extraterritorial jurisdictions, also known as ETJs. Some cities outside of the big city may not have the population for their government to have their own zoning. So what these cities can do, these smaller cities can do, they can piggyback off of the bigger city. That would be an ETJ. It's beside the city limits, it's just outside the city limits, but it's not within the city limits. So the big town can regulate ETJs as long as the ETJ is no more than 3 miles away. If the big town annexes this area, annexation, it's now in city limits. So the ETJ wouldn't apply anymore. Again, just smaller areas that may not have the population to support the government with their own zoning. So they're just going to piggyback off of the big town.
Hey, Julie, a question in regards to the ETJs. Is that why you sometimes need to know what the planning is for the city to see if they want to expand?
There you go. That would definitely be in the master plan, Tim. So if they want to eventually annex these ETJs, you know, and then because now if we annex it, now I got to have police protection and fire departments, EMS, right? I have to have trash pickup, recycling, right? If we annex it, then we have to figure out of our master plan how we're going to provide those city services. So yeah, it all comes back to the master plan. That's exactly right.
So would it be legal for us as real estate brokers if we have that information and we have like a potential client and they're wanting to relocate to, they may be moving from out of state and they want to come and they want to live in a neighborhood. If we have that information, is that legal for us to share that, or is that a different section?
Disclose what we know. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you have buyers looking in these ETJs, disclose what we know. Absolutely. We don't have many secrets in this industry as brokers. Another zoning term is non-conforming use. Non-conforming use can look one of two ways. You can have a legal non-conforming use, you can have an illegal non-conforming use. Let's talk about the legal non-conforming use first. If we look at a timeline, the question of whether or not a non-conforming use is legal or not is to look at a timeline and figure out which one came first, the use or the rule. An illegal non-conforming use, the use was already there, and then they came and changed the rule. They're not going to make you shut down. They're not going to make you stop. Let's say, for example, you or your family owns a gas station. They bought it back in the 50s. They've been running the neighborhood gas station. And after a certain amount of time, that area was rezoned for residential. Have you guys ever been in an old neighborhood and you see this random gas station that doesn't look like it would fit? That's probably, I mean, I'm not an expert, I don't know, but that's probably what happened. They're probably, once we're allowed to be there, the use was in place. And then they went and changed the rule, changed the zoning to residential, but they're not going to make that gas station operator shut down. Now, this is what they will do. They're not going to, if you go to sell that gas station, they probably won't let the new owner continue using it as a gas station because it is a non-conforming use. And if you decide that you want to do a major upgrade or renovation, your permits may not get approved because it's a non-conforming use. We're going to talk about permits in just a minute, so hang on, bear with me. But the point, what we're getting at here, is that they'll allow you to keep operating as is until you want to make that change, and they're not going to let you continue because it's a non-conforming use. Somebody says, is this what it means to be grandfathered in? Absolutely. The use is grandfathered in, so it's allowed. So the legal non-conforming use, the use was in place before the rule. The illegal non-conforming use then was that the rule was in place, you knew darn well what the rule was, and you went and used the property in a way that wasn't allowed. Let's say you're moving into a new neighborhood and you decide you want to convert your garage into a hair salon. And you want to have people coming in and out of your home all day or your garage all day so you can do their hair. Is a hair salon residential use? Nah, that's commercial, isn't it? Because you got people coming in and out, the public in and out. If you know darn well it's residential use only, and you go ahead and do it anyway, you convert that to a hair salon anyway, that's an illegal non-conforming use. If your neighbor is operating a illegal hair salon out of their garage, maybe somebody in your neighborhood has a daycare that they're operating. If you want to report it, you contact the authorities, you contact the government. That's what we mean by public land use control. So with non-conforming use, I would always ask myself, which one came first, the use or the rule? They're both non-conforming. One's okay, one's not. Another zoning term is a variance. With a variance, one, and that's important, write that down real big. With a variance, one property owner. How many? Just and only one property owner is going to the zoning board and asking permission to break the rules. That one property owner, first off, has to prove to the zoning board that your zoning prohibits me from using the property in the way I intended. Your zoning creates a hardship. And because of your zoning, I cannot use the property. If approved, then the zoning board will issue a variance. They'll allow that one property owner to use the property in a land different than what it's zoned. A variance is just asking permission to break the rules. I got an example we'll look at in just a second. Again, it's got to be approved. You got to go to the zoning board. has permission, if you can prove that hardship, they may grant a variance. So let's look at an example. Henry is a real estate developer. He purchases a large warehouse to convert to a 12-unit apartment building, a use that is allowed by zoning ordinances in that area. However, there's an on-site parking requirement of 2 parking spaces. Since the warehouse takes up much of the land, Henry can only create 12 parking spaces and thus would not be in compliance with the on-site parking requirement. One thing Henry can consider is going downtown to the zoning board and requesting a variance. I don't know if he's going to be granted it or not. I'm not the zoning board. But if he is granted that variance, he's been given permission to break the rules. So he can use his parking. Just because your neighbor's doing something doesn't mean you can, you guys. It's so common we see our neighbor doing something. How do you know they've not been granted a variance? Another zoning term is a special use permit. This is also referred to as a conditional use permit. Again, we're going downtown and asking permission, but now we're asking permission to use the property in a way that's in the best interest of the public. Everybody will be able to benefit from this. Some examples of a special use permit might include our churches, hospitals, schools. You guys ever see a church plop smack dab in the middle of a residential area? That church may have a special use permit. My Winston-Salem people, Ardmore is like jam-packed full of special use permits. You got Baptist Hospital, you got Ardmore Baptist Church, you got Miller Park, you got the school across the street. Ardmore has all sorts of special use permits.
So if you get a special use permit, is that for life or do they have to keep renewing?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yep. I want it for a long time before I build Ardmore Baptist Church, right? Or Baptist Church
They have to get
Hospital,
it
yeah.
because they keep adding and adding and
Yep.
adding.
I know, Baptist is insane.
I know.
They're figuring out a way. They, like you said, they just keep going. I was there a few months ago and they found like this teeny tiny tract of land and they were building straight up on it. I'm like, well, isn't that something? Might have been a little parking lot once upon a time ago. So let's look at an example of a special use permit. Little Ones purchases a lot in a residentially zoned area with plans to build and operate a new daycare center to serve 50 children. The zoning ordinance permits a daycare center, but only a special use. Little Ones will first need to apply for a special use permit. If all requirements are satisfied, the permit should be approved, and Little Ones will get their special use permit to operate their daycare to serve those 50 children in the neighborhood. Another zoning term is a zoning amendment. Please listen to me real quick before you start writing. I need you to write something down for me. An amendment is a change. If you're amending something, all you're doing is changing it. So a zoning amendment then is a change in zoning. Maybe it's zone residential, we have a need for commercial. Maybe it's commercial and we see a need for residential. As you start driving around, you've probably already seen them, but you're really going to start seeing them now. You don't have to go far with seeing a sign notifying you of a zoning meeting coming up, probably for a zoning amendment. They're usually white signs with red Z's or red signs with white Z's. And what those are doing is notifying you that there's a proposal to change the zoning on the table. And the zoning board is going to open that up to the public to hear their voice before they decide whether or not to make that change. Again, if you haven't started seeing these, you'll start seeing them now that I pointed them out to you. If you live in an area where you see one of these signs pop up, you may want to go to your zoning board's website and learn more about it. If you're working the area, if you want to brokerage the area, you may want to learn more about it, because depending on the proposed change, might be how we can use that land going forward. Another zoning term. Nice. That's interesting to know too. Another zoning term is an overlay district. With an overlay district, you have two types of zoning superimposed on each other. An example would be a residential and a historic district. They're superimposed together. I'll talk about historic next. Bear with me. With overlay districts, you got two types of zonings that you got to follow, two sets of rules that you have to follow. So there's restrictions and regulations on both. You got to comply with both if you're in an overlay district. Another example might be a residential zone, and then also zone as a flood zone, a flood hazard. I always think with the overlay district, y'all remember this contraction down here in the bottom? If you don't, please don't tell me, because that just makes me feel old. But this was projectors before we had projectors, right? So we took these transparency pieces of paper and we put them on this screen, and then you turn the light on, and this light was brighter than the daggone sun, let's face it. And that light would project what we see on the screen on the wall. Projectors before we had projectors. Did anybody ever have a kooky teacher that took two transparencies and put them on top of each other? Crazy, huh? That's what we're talking about with our overlay district here. You have two types of zoning. They wheeled that thing in. You knew it was going to be a good day, either when they brought the TV or the projector. It was going to be a good day. You kids today probably have TVs in your classrooms, don't you? Do you? Yeah, no, I wasn't that fancy. They wheeled ours in that big cart. So overlay district, there's two types of zonings. Another zoning term is our historic zoning. The purpose of historic zoning is to keep, oh yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, thanks you guys for making me feel older than what I did like 3 seconds ago. They have smart boards now. They have touch screens. Thanks. So the historic zoning, the purpose is to keep the exterior looking historic. This is a picture of Old Salem. If you're not familiar with Old Salem, I think every place has a historic district. Any changes you want to do to the exterior have to be approved by the zoning board, by the historic zoning board. The whole point is to keep Old Salem looking like Old Salem. Did y'all know people live in houses in Old Salem? Did y'all know that? And when you get an opportunity to show a house in Old Salem, do it. Because when you walk in the front door, it is modern, convenient, up to date. It's a totally different world. You go from Old Salem to 2020 or 2022. All they care about is the exterior, and businesses as well. Absolutely. The whole point is to keep it looking like it did back in the day. So changes have to be approved. Here's just an example, just as some verbiage that we might see. No exterior portion of historic properties can be erected, altered, restored, moved, or demolished until after a certificate of appropriateness has been submitted to and approved by the Historic District Commission. This is going to be verbiage. If you're buying in a historic district, this is verbiage you're going to see from the attorney. It's part of your deed. So you know when you buy that house in Old Salem, you got to abide by that historic district. They had different products, different colors for exterior paint back in the day. You're not going to see pink vinyl siding in Old Salem. You're just not going to see it. Another zoning term is our aesthetic zoning. Aesthetic zoning, just trying to keep things looking nice. Aesthetic is all about appearances. Some examples, you may have certain exterior colors or construction material in certain areas. I know some cities, for example, require all downtown businesses exterior to be brick. If you want to build a building downtown for your business, you would have to abide by the aesthetic zoning. Some areas too may have an aesthetic zoning on their signage. They may say signage can't be above a certain feet. So you're not going to find your golden arches up. Your golden arches are going to be down on the ground. So any area can have different. Again, the whole point is just keep it looking pretty. It's all about appearances. Cool. That is interesting. Another zoning term we have is spot zoning. With spot zoning, one or more properties is rezoned. It allows for a different use than the neighboring properties. Example might be that neighborhood park, maybe at the end of the street, the end of the cul-de-sac, instead of building a house here. The thing to know about spot zoning, it's legal only if it's in the public's best interest. If it's in the best interest of the individual property owner, we're back to a variance. So spot zoning is what's best for the public. And we're just going to rezone some areas. Again, you guys, all those zoning terms in your book, it started on page 112 and goes over to 115. So after class, please not now, but after class, I would recommend just basic definitions on flashcards. So you can have these basic understanding of these zoning terms. Like I said, if you have a test question, they're going to give you a scenario. Is this illegal or is this a non-conforming use? Is this a variance? Is this a, you just have that basic understanding.
So what would be the so the only difference between spot zoning and a special use permit would just be the fact that it's actually that specific parcel is actually rezoned?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. They're not allowing a special use. They're actually going to rezone it to the neighborhood park. Yep. Maybe a school. So when it comes to all this zoning, let's talk about what we need to know. What's the broker's role in this? Well, there's that word again. As real estate agents, we have a duty to disclose. We're starting to talk about the things that we have to disclose. One thing we have to disclose is zoning. Again, being familiar with your market, or at least knowing where you can find this information. More training on that when you affiliate with your firms. So we have this duty to disclose. Depends on who you are. If you're the seller's agent, you're getting ready to list a property for sale. You're going to have to look the zoning up before you list the property, because this is something that we disclose in our listings. Again, I know the Triad MLS, and Triad MLS zoning is a required field, which means I can't enter a listing until I have the zoning in. So being able to look up that information as a listing agent. Buyer's agents, for the most part, we should be able to rely on the listing data. So as a buyer's agent, we should be able to rely on what the listing agent says the zoning is, unless you or your buyer question it, or if your buyer has a specific use. If either one of you question it, as a buyer's agent, I now have a duty to look it up for my buyer. If your buyer calls you and says, when I buy this house, I need to convert the garage into a hair salon, you now have a duty to make sure that that zoning will allow them to do that, despite what the listing agent says. Everybody with me? I operate by several pretty simple philosophies. One of my simple philosophies, if it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. If it's important to my seller, then it's important to me. So once my buyer or seller shares something with me, like for example, I need to convert my garage into a hair salon, it now becomes important to me to make sure that I help them, that I verify that this is accurate. So like I said, for the most part, we can rely on what the listing agent says, unless either you question it or your buyer has a specific need. What could happen? What ifs? Owner hires a broker to list a vacant building previously used as a computer repair shop. Prospective buyer actually asked the broker if the manufacturing company could operate. Where did they go wrong? Without investigating. Did you just cringe a little bit? The broker said, yeah, sure, that's fine, no problem. Buyer makes an offer, seller accepted, and we're under contract. Luckily, before closing, the buyer discovered that the zoning was a commercial, that zoning class that excluded manufacturing use. So again, you guys, we are I always consider us fact finders. And it's my job to help my buyers and sellers gather all the facts so they can make an informed decision. And if as a fact finder, zoning is important to my buyer, it's my job to help them gather those facts. Is this making sense? So if it's important to them, then it's important to me. Never, ever, ever just answer without investigating. Let me tell you guys right now, I don't know, let me get back to you is a perfectly acceptable answer, as long as you get back to them. So don't blurt it out for the sake of blurting it out. Mary, let me get with you. Did I miss something? So with zoning, also just with our terminology, you may hear urban versus rural. Urban is just referring to in town, downtown, if you will. Referral is going to be referring to outside of town or country areas. So whether or not, again, you're working urban or rural, you may have different zonings. You may have different things or uses that are allowed in the various markets. So it's so important that we are the experts of our industry, of our market. Again, you guys, houses come and go. The area stays, the market remains. So knowing what's going on, so I can help my buyers and sellers is a huge part of that. So zoning is a public land use control. I say it's a public land use control because how it's enforced. If you see a violation of zoning, you contact your local government or your police department. It's enforced locally by the government, public land use control. Another thing that falls under public land use controls, put zoning aside for a minute. Another thing that falls under public land use controls is the creation of subdivisions. Maybe it's in an HOA, maybe it's not, I'm getting there. But for the subdivision to be created, it's got to be in compliance with that master plan. It has to fit that overall master plan. So before we talk about the creation of subdivisions, let's just define what a subdivision is. This is word for word from your book, page 116. A subdivision is defined as all divisions of a tract or parcel of land into 2 or more lots. Could be 2 lots, it could be 150. The purpose of building development includes all division of land, including the dedication of new streets or a change in existing streets. We'll talk about streets in just 1 second. So you're taking a tract of land and you're subdividing it. This is a public land use control. Again, the creation of a subdivision is a public land use control. Just a couple exemptions. I wouldn't write this down just so we can have this. There are some exemptions to what is in the definition of the subdivision. So anything that has 10 or more acres and no street would not fall under subdivision. Any land with no more than 2 acres, no more than 3 lots with no street, again, would not fall under that basic definition of a subdivision. So as we said, with the creation of a subdivision, it has to comply with the master plan. Before you can create a subdivision, you got to go downtown and get it approved first. I need you guys to understand, when you see a subdivision, when we start seeing the construction crew out there, that's like the last step is building. There is so much that goes into it before you and I ever start seeing that big, heavy equipment. You just don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to show up with a bulldozer and subdivide a land. There's a lot that goes involved. And one thing with a subdivision that developers need to do is create a plat map. The plat map needs to be approved by the county. We can go under contract with a preliminary plat map. We can go under contract. We can't close on the first unit of a subdivision until the plat map has been finalized and recorded. So if we go under contract with a preliminary, understanding that things may change. If the changes are that significant, we can't force the buyer to buy. So until we have that final plat map, if it's still preliminary, if it can change, I put you under contract and then I change my plat map. You have the option, you should have the option to terminate. Once it's finalized though, now we can close on the first property in the subdivision. That takes me back to a buyer deserves to know what they're buying. Can everybody agree with that statement? A buyer has a right to know what they're buying. Would you feel comfortable buying a daggum house on preliminary documents? Would you like that? Subject to change after you close? Goodness no. And that's what we're doing here. We're protecting that buyer on that preliminary, on that final plat map. Nice. So what if the developer just says, oh, I don't have to worry about this government stuff and red tape and I'm just going to go do my thing. Well, they're going to come down on it. So if we have an unapproved subdivision, when it's found out, it's kind of hard to hide, isn't it? So when it's found out, the government will be involved, the local government. There could be fines, there could be prison time. I mean, it could be whatever they want. But again, understand, developers do a whole lot of work with the local zoning and the local government before you and I ever start seeing that equipment show up. Just so you're familiar, page 117 gives us the approval process. This obviously is a very basic, but it kind of shows you the steps of creating a subdivision. You got your initial planning stage. You got to find the land. Can you afford the land? Is the land suitable for what you want to use it for? We're going to go down to the zoning board and get preliminary approvals, permissions. What do we need to do? We're going to make sure we have financing for this project. The second stage is finalizing everything. And then the third stage is when you and I start seeing the equipment, start seeing everybody show up to start clearing the land and building. With subdivisions comes streets. So your subdivision street disclosure law is in your book. That's what these pages are referring you to. I don't necessarily need you guys to sit down and read it, but I do think it's helpful if you want to look it over, just gloss over it, start seeing what kind of words you might recognize. But when it comes to the creation of subdivisions, the developer has some decisions to make. The first thing that the developer has to decide, are these streets going to be public or private? Now understand, when we talk about public or private streets, I'm not saying whether or not you can drive down it or not. When we talk about public or private, we're saying who maintains it. If it's going to be public, it will be maintained by the North Carolina Department of Transportation, or DOT. If it's going to be private, it'll be maintained by the homeowners that live on that street. Maybe it's part of your HOA dues, street money. Maybe they have to do a special assessment whenever they need to do repairs. Either way, when we're creating a subdivision, the developer has to dedicate the streets to DOT as public or private. If they're dedicated public, the streets have to be built according to DOT standards. So the developer has regulations. Think about it. Would you agree to take on maintenance and responsibility for something if you didn't know how it was going to be built, if you didn't have any kind of control? So DOT says, look, if you want us to maintain it, you're going to have to build it like this. We need to know. And they'll come in and check on it throughout the process, you guys. They're going to send somebody in to make sure we're doing it according to their standards. Once the last house in that subdivision or that section of the subdivision is built and all that big heavy equipment is out, then DOT will come back and say whether or not they accept it. Just because it's dedicated to DOT doesn't mean they're going to accept it. If they find out somewhere in the process that the developer didn't build those streets according to their standards, they're not going to accept it, which means the streets will default back to private and the homeowners living there will have to maintain it. Have you ever been driving around a new subdivision and there's like space in the curb and the manhole covers look raised and you see like clear, like there should be road here? What's happening is we put down the first layer of pavement so we can get our big heavy construction equipment in and out, but they're not going to put down that final layer of pavement until all that equipment is out of there. So in other words, we might be selling a house in an area that's still being built, and all we can do is tell our buyers that it's dedicated as public, but have the conversation with them and make sure they understand that if DOT doesn't accept it, it will be the homeowner's responsibilities. Does this standard change yearly? I do not know the answer to that. So dedicated, all streets are dedicated to DOT. DOT is only going to accept responsibility for those public streets that have been built to their standards. And we need to make sure, what's our key word? We need to make sure we're disclosing. We need to let the buyer know they're dedicated as public, but until that last house is built, we don't know for sure that they will be accepted. This is one of these things they've come down on. It's gotten really big, really fast in real estate, because apparently we weren't this thorough back in the 80s, 90s, and subdivisions were built. Oh yeah, they're public, they're fine. Don't worry about it. It's public. You have nothing to worry about. Guess what? DOT never accepted the street. And so now fast forward to 2023, 2022, and you have homeowners that are calling DOT saying, come fix these potholes. Why won't you, do this? Why won't you do that? DOT's going, not our responsibility. We never accepted it. But they were bought under the pretense that they would be. So that's where proper disclosure is huge. Would you be upset if you bought a house and now all of a sudden you got to fix the pothole up front when you thought DOT was going to take care of it? Disclose, disclose, disclose. And I think our past, again, back in the 80s and 90s, kind of helps teach us where we need to be today for that proper disclosure. So again, I think I got my slides mixed up. Yeah, let's bring us back into it. When it comes to streets and the broker, we need to be able to verify whether the streets are public or private before we make any representations. The developer will know. There should be part of the package, part of the information, and be dedicated. The question is, have they been accepted? Questions on streets and a new subdivision. All part of the master plan. Other government regulations, still under public, other government regulations. We have something out there called the Interstate Land Sales Full Disclosure Act. This is the act that regulates marketing new subdivisions across state lines. So whenever you're advertising or marketing, the property report, the property information needs to be provided. Now, today, we have something called the internet. That's pretty much across all state lines, isn't it? When you put something online, it's not just within your area, it goes everywhere. Anybody remember life before the internet? Here I go again, feeling old. Who remembers life before the internet? Look at all these hands not going up. Thank you. Imagine life before the internet. There were stories, you guys, I don't know if they're true or not, but they do bring it home. There were stories of these shady salesmen on new subdivisions going up to like Michigan in the throes of winter. It's cold in Michigan in winter. And they were going door to door trying to sell land in sunny Florida. So here you are in the throes of winter, you're cold, dude comes knocking on your door and says, hey, I got land in Florida, you want to buy it? And they were selling these lands. People didn't have Google, they couldn't research it, they didn't have Google Maps, they couldn't look at it. So they're like, yeah, this sounds good, let me buy this land. Spring thaw, pack the family in the car, come on, let's take a road trip and we're going to go to Florida to check out our land. Drive the whole way to Florida, and guess what? It's swamp land that you can't build anything on, you can't do anything with, you can't use it. So from there, we created this act, or they created this act to help keep those shady salesmen across state lines honest. And this still applies today because, like I just said, all marketing is across state lines. So whenever you're advertising across state lines, we need to provide the essential property information. Also under government regulations are our building codes. Building codes offer minimum construction standards. There's minimum standards that developers and builders have to abide by. And their whole purpose is safety. Could a builder or developer do more than the minimum? Absolutely. Absolutely. The building codes just kind of set the floor. So statewide codes for safety. And zoning comes into play with building codes because zoning is enforced by requiring building permits. Before you can build, before you can do major renovation or major construction, you need to go downtown and apply for a permit. Permit is permission to build. If you have a permit, you've received permission, you got approval from the zoning board. So before you ever pick up your hammer, you need to go downtown and request a permit. Once the job is complete to satisfaction of the building codes, then they will issue a certificate of occupancy, also known as a CO. A CO closes out a permit. So permit is permission. A CO says this was done according to our state standards. It might be that you're building a brand new construction. It might be you're doing major renovations. You want to add a room to the back of your house. You want to finish the unfinished basement. I've always heard, anytime you're messing with structural, plumbing, or electrical, those are three pretty big components of your home, right? Structural, plumbing, or electrical, you need a permit. Now, I have this North Carolina general statute here, not that you're going to be tested on this, but this is about the time I have class, I get a, do I need a permit to do this? Do I need a permit to do that? I'm not going to answer that. Instead, I'm going to send you to the general statute for you to find out for your specific project if you need a permit. A lot of people don't know that they need permits to add a room at the back of the house or finish the unfinished basement, for example. In your real estate career, you will come across space that is unpermitted. Maybe they knew and they didn't go downtown and request the permit. Maybe they didn't know. But you will come across unpermitted space. And when you do, we have to disclose that this space was finished, this basement was finished without a permit. We're going to talk all about material facts, all about material facts when we get into Unit 7. I think this is like your first introduction to material facts, so just please bear with me. But we have to disclose if the space is unpermitted. As the listing agent, when you first go to the seller's house for a potential listing appointment, you got to ask a lot of questions. You got to ask a lot of questions. You see a nice finished basement, you need to ask, did you guys do this? Did you have permits done? We bought this house 3 years ago. They had a back porch. They converted it into a room. I now have a nice little sunroom back there. One of the first questions I had, did you guys do this? Did you get a permit for it? We did. Asking those questions. Because if it is unpermitted, if your seller can't provide the CO, the permit, then we've got to disclose. It's not bad, it's not wrong, but a buyer deserves to know what they're buying. And if they're buying unpermitted space, we've got to share that with them. We have to disclose it. So let's just do a nice side-by-side comparison. Building codes or construction standards for safety. Zoning or regulations, local laws regulate how we use the land. Zoning tells us how we can use the land. Would that classify as an encumbrance? That's a good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. Look at you guys go. It encumbers the land, it affects it. Again, it's not bad. It's just not permitted. I mean, guys, let's face it. Is anybody YouTube certified? You watch a video, so now you know how to build a house? Yep. How many of you out there? I know you guys. Come on, I'm married to one of them. I can fix it. Oh God, here we go. And he always goes to YouTube first. So it's so easy to say, we can do this, we can do that. Again, I've always heard, if you're messing with structural, plumbing, or electrical. So just because you have access to YouTube and a hammer, doesn't necessarily mean you know what you're doing. Y'all wait till you get out there and start showing property. You will find that handyman special. They're out there. This old house certified. Is that an HGTV reference? Yeah, I don't even watch that stuff. It just sounds like HGTV. Turn it off. At least till you get your license. Questions? All right, let's take a break. Let's take 10. Might have been a little off. I didn't hit the button. Let me get us ready for our next break real quick as you're coming back. A few extra minutes due to technical difficulties. Back. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take attendance. We've talked about our zoning. We've talked about creation of subdivisions, building codes, permits, COs. Still on public land use controls, regulated and enforced by the government, by the local government. Thank you for letting me know you're back. Kind of switching gears to a crappy topic. Talk about on-site septic systems. This is not public sewer. This is having an on-site septic system on your property. First off, having an on-site septic system on your property has to be approved by the county health department. They'll issue a permit. The permit will tell the homeowner where in relation to the property the on-site septic system needs to be. We want the septic system to be lower than the property. We don't want the septic system to be above the property. It's all about drainage. The permit will also specify uses that could overload the system. So for example, garbage disposals may overload the on-site septic system. My parents are on an on-site septic system. When it's raining, my mom is limited to how much laundry she can do. So there's just limited uses that could overload the system. And guys, when we're talking about the on-site septic system, remember to think too, this is all the water leaving the house, not just bathroom water. So your washing machine, your dishwasher, your kitchen sink, all the water leaving the house. On-site septic system, it all runs through that system, how it's absorbed, the drainage field, all that is done through the county health department with the permit. The other thing that the permit will do is it'll elicit data capacity limit for the system. So the general rule of thumb says the system, they advertise the number of bedrooms that the permit will, that the septic system will support. And when they talk about the number of bedrooms, what they're breaking that down to, how they're figuring that is 2 human heartbeats per room. This doesn't include our 4-legged family members. So 2 human heartbeats per bedroom. And they will tell you on the permit, this permit will support a 3-bedroom house. So if it says a 3-bedroom house, how many people will the system support? I know you got to get 2 hands out now, don't you? Now you got to hold 6. Everybody with me? So the number of bedrooms. Here's the deal, you guys. This is another one of these things that's gotten really big, really fast. Many years ago, we weren't advertising the house for sale with the number of bedrooms as allowed per the permit. And it's starting to catch up with us. And now we're like under regulations to make sure we do it right. There have been so many times that I've been out showing homes with a buyer, and it's advertising a 3-bedroom house with a bonus room or an office, for example. And we get to the house and we're standing in that bonus room or office going, this could be a perfectly good 4th bedroom. Why can't we use this as a 4th bedroom? Well, I'm not telling you how you can use it, but the reason it's only advertised as a 3-bedroom with an office is because the septic permit only allows for a 3-bedroom. So we need to make sure, and we'll see this before we list the property, we need to make sure that we get our hands on that permit so we can know how many homes to advertise. Maybe the seller has a copy. If they don't, then we can contact the health department. They may have one on record. If they don't, they can send somebody out to inspect and investigate the on-site septic system. Again, this is a private, this is not hooking up to public or community sewer. This is an on-site septic system and the limitations we have there with the number of bedrooms. So when it comes to that, what's this mean for us as brokers? Well, we have a duty to verify the number of bedrooms allowed per the permit. Again, you could use perfectly good 4-bedroom house. But if the permit says it's only allowed for 3, the septic permit says it's only allowed for 3, that's all I can advertise. So that's where we get a 3-bedroom with a bonus room, or a 3-bedroom with an office. What you do with it when you move in makes no difference to me. My job is to disclose, to let you know this is the capacity. If you insist on using that as a 4th bedroom, now you have 8 people. You're going to overload the system. You're going to have it cleared more often. Hopefully you don't harm it. If we have buyers buying an unimproved land, they've not put plumbing or electricity or anything in, it's just raw land. We as agents, if you can't connect to public sewer, we as agents need to highly recommend that our buyers have a perk test done before they buy. A perk test will tell the buyer, is this land even suitable for an on-site septic system? Because if you can't hook up to public and it's not suitable for an on-site septic system, then the buyer, if that's their intention, if that's why they want to buy, they may not be able to buy that property. And again, we could face disciplinary action for improperly disclosing the number of bedrooms, improperly disclosing the information about the on-site septic system. Now we're going to talk about disciplinary action on your license. We'll get to that in Unit 7. Again, if you're going to list a home, you want to, before you advertise the number of bedrooms, you want to make sure that you get your hands on that permit. And we're only advertising the number of bedrooms allowed per the permit. I had a teammate last year. He went on a listing appointment and he was going through the paperwork with the sellers. And he came across the permit and it said 3-bedroom. And he said, we're going to list it as a 3-bedroom. And the sellers got a little confused and they were like, we bought it as a 4. I'm sorry, but they weren't properly given the right information when they bought. Would you be upset? I mean, yeah, you buy a 4 and now you find out you can only sell a 3. So this is one of these things that's getting really big, really fast, kind of like with properly disclosing our streets. There's something else with water leaving the house called straight piping. This is where you just have a pipe from the house straight to a nearby creek or stream. I know, hang on. Before we get excited about this, where this is most common is from the washing machine, not from the bathroom. Okay, does that make us feel a little bit better? Still, no matter what, straight piping is illegal. And if we come across that, that's a material fact. Again, we're starting to introduce you guys to these ideas of material facts, covering it all in Unit 7. But right now we're understanding a material fact is something I have to disclose. It's something material. So if we come across a straight piping, if you see the washing machine water going out to a nearby creek or stream, we've got to disclose that. Still under government regulations is our flood hazards. These are areas that are prone to flooding. Now, FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency. FEMA is the one that regulates the flood hazards. And they're the ones that determine if the property is subject to flooding or not. And if it is, if the home is in the flood hazard, then the lender will probably require flood insurance. And I'm telling you guys right now, flood insurance is not cheap. So if your buyer's buying and they want you flood insurance and they're awfully close to their maximum amount, their maximum approval amount, flood insurance might be what tips them over the top, in which case they're not going to get loan approval. So these are things we want to help our buyer discover before we even make the offer. Make sure they can afford it before we even make the offer. FEMA may have restrictions on the land, how it can be used. I got a whole unit dedicated to insurance. We're going to talk all about insurance, homeowners insurance and flood insurance when we get to unit 13. All we're saying right now is that it's just a government regulation. Another government regulation is our highway access. If we learn of any planned construction, we got to check, we got to disclose it. It's a material fact. If there's an ability or an inability to access the road, then we need to disclose that. That's a material fact. DOT is a great place to start with any planned construction. When you go after class to dot.com, you're going to find out what projects in North Carolina are going on right now and what's proposed, what's projected. We've talked a lot about looking zoning up and looking up roads, DOT. As the listing agent, we're kind of like the developer. As the listing agent, there's a whole lot of work that goes into it before you and I ever see it on Zillow. So doing the research and getting it ready, knowing the places to look, such as zoning and DOT. And again, when you affiliate with your firms, they'll help you out. They'll provide checklists, things you can use to help make sure that you're looking up everything to get the listing ready. As a buyer's agent, we should be able to rely what's on the listing unless we have a little red flag go up or our buyer specifically says, is DOT going to build a road here? That's our trigger to go look it up if they have a specific question or need. So we're doing research. Again, you guys, I'm a fact finder. I help find the facts so they can make an informed decision. I'm not the one buying this house. I'm not the one selling this house. I'm helping them by helping them gather all the facts. Another government regulation, I don't see this much here as much as we do down east. So our wetlands are just protected areas. We can't really build on them because the ground is water. Don't have much ground, it's close to it. And these are highly regulated, local controls, state and federal controls. They're going to flood. Public land use control, zoning, the creation of subdivisions, and any government regulations. By public, we're saying how it's enforced. It's enforced by the government, publicly enforced. So let's switch gears from public land use controls to private land use controls. We just said public's enforced by the government, yes? Private land use controls are going to be enforced by the HOA. When we talk about private land use controls, we're talking about covenants, subdivision. Covenants come in, they're called several different things. Maybe HOAs have restrictive covenants. Maybe they have protective covenants, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CCRs. All mean the same thing. These are regulations set by the homeowners association, and they are enforced by the homeowners. If your neighbor is violating a covenant, don't you call the cops. They can't do anything for you. If your neighbor is violating a covenant, you contact the president of the HOA or whomever your contact property management firm is, whomever your contact person is with that HOA. Covenants are created back in the day when we developed the subdivision. So the developer creates the covenants and then they remain on the land. They stay. Covenants are appurtenant. So covenants do what? Covenants run with the land. The developer imposes them. The first owner follows the covenants, the second owner, the 20th owner, everybody so on. They don't leave when the developer leaves. Some are more strict than others. Some are awfully strict. Some are awfully strict. Others are, you know, whatever. Some may tell you you can only paint your front door a certain color. Some may tell you the grass in your front yard can only be so high. And every once in a while, you get that neighbor that needs a hobby out running everybody's yard with their yardstick, making sure that the grass is within, within compliance. Some may limit, say, no street parking. Some may tell you you can't have a fence or a shed. Remember what we said, when you look at a fence, the only thing you know when you look at a fence is that somebody put a fence there. So if you're showing property in an HOA and you and your buyer in the backyard and the buyer says, ooh, I was thinking about if I could put a fence up, but I see the neighbor did it, so I guess that's okay. Are we gonna let them go with that? No, if they say that, guys, the only thing we know when we look at it, we don't know that the HOA allows it. That homeowner might be in the throes of the legal battle with the HOA to get that fence removed. We don't know any of that when we look at it. So when your buyer wants to put a fence up in an HOA or a shed, the best we can do is help them get their hands on those covenants to see if it's allowed. The whole purpose of covenants is to preserve the value by maintaining standards. And it's been my experience when you're working with buyers, either they like being in an HOA with standards or they don't want regulations. When I flip this screen, I could pretty much put us in two different categories. Those of you that looked at this picture and went, ew, look at that house. And then the rest of us looked at that picture and went, ooh, look at that house. Depending on how you responded, may be a good answer to whether or not you want to be in an HOA. Do you want to live next door to the Pepto-Bismol house? I can't answer that for you. But this might be whether or not, if you don't like the pink house, then an HOA might be a solution for you, because I don't know the HOA, but I'd be willing to bet that this wouldn't be allowed. I'm just going to venture out there and guess, say that this isn't in an HOA. What about cars on cinder blocks in the front yard? Do you want to live next door to that? If you get an HOA, it's probably not allowed. You guys see what I'm saying? So there are, HOAs get a bad rep, you guys, but at the end of the day, they preserve the value. So are they strict? Well, sure. They come with rules. They come with covenants. And when you buy, you know going into it that you're buying. So typically with covenants, there's going to be provisions about regular property maintenance. And then there might be restrictions on, again, can we park on the street? Or can we have a fence? Can we have a shed? Are there certain colors I can paint the front door? What I want you guys to understand is that they're all different. Even if you have two neighboring HOAs, this is HOA B, this is HOA A, two neighboring HOAs, they're going to be different. So it's important that we're helping our buyers get their hands on these covenants so they can read the rules before they buy. Covenants are recorded. So if they're not available, we can help our buyer get that information. So just various restrictions, they're all different. As we said, covenants are imposed by the developer. They're enforced by the owners association. They're enforced by the HOA. Some are managed by a property management company. Some are managed by the people that live there. So everybody might take turns being president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, right? It's all how the developer set it up. And they're pertinent, which means the first person that buys from the developer has to follow the covenants. The second person, the third person, the 20th person, they run with the land. Even after the developer's gone, even after they're out building the next subdivision, the covenants remain. Covenants cannot be for anything that's illegal. Now, maybe it was legal when it was created, But as laws and rules change, if now it's illegal, it can't be enforced. For example, you may have covenants in an old subdivision back in the 40s and the 50s that say there's a certain class of people that can't live in this neighborhood. Today, thanks to fair housing, that's not allowed. So that would be considered illegal today. I got a whole unit dedicated to fair housing, who the protected classes are, what we need to know. That'll come in unit 19. We may have situations, and it happens often, where zoning and covenants conflict. The area might be zoned for an area, but the developer may come in and put a covenant in that conflicts with the zoning. Anytime you have a difference in rules, the more restrictive of the two will prevail. So if zoning says one thing and covenants say another thing, which one's going to win? Whichever one is more strict. Everybody wants chickens. As soon as you start talking with buyers, that's one of the first things. Can I get a chicken? People want chicken. Even before the egg craze that we went through, the egg shortage, whatever the heck that was last year or whatever. Everybody wants chickens. Before you can answer that question for your buyer, first off, we need to check zoning and make sure it's allowed. And if it's in an HOA, then we also need to check the covenants. So when, not if, but when your buyers want chickens, we got to help them find those facts. And if zoning allows chickens, but the covenants do not, which one is more strict? The covenants. So can we have chickens in this HOA? Nope. Nope, the more restrictive of the two will sell. So if a house has chickens, their land has to be agricultural, not necessarily. You could have residential that allows chickens. Goats, that's the other big thing. People, I want a goat. I want a goat so bad. But yeah, any kind of farm animal, that kind of thing. It doesn't have to be agricultural. It could be residential that allows chicken zoning or goats, etc. Let's see, I'm getting somebody bullied by their HOA. Oh, it happens. My gosh, you go out to YouTube and you can watch some videos of people enforcing the covenants, we'll say. People can be, well, people are fun. We know that about people, right? People can be fun. All right, so when it comes to this, what's this mean for us as the brokers? Again, you guys, we have a duty to review land use controls before we list the property, before we write an offer on the property. That word before means a whole lot. Yeah, just make the offer and then we'll figure it out. Yeah, just get it on the market and then we'll figure it out. No. Our job is to help buyers and sellers get facts before we list the property and write an offer. If your buyer specifies they have a specific end use, it is now my job as the buyer's agent to make sure that their end use is allowed. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Please don't ever say that. Please don't ever say that. We are fact finders. We always have a duty to help the buyer and seller gather facts. The other thing that we need to understand, my job is to gather the facts. My job is to put the covenants in the buyer's hand. It is not my job to interpret it. That is the job of an attorney to interpret legal documents or the HOA. So my job is to provide it. I've gathered the facts. When your buyer looks at you and says, what does this mean? We either need to get them to the HOA or get them to an attorney to interpret it. Stay in your lane. Also for us, we need to advise, disclose and advise. Let the consumer know if there's covenants that could affect how they use or enjoy the property, especially if they give you specifics. I want to use the property specifically for this. We're going to help advise. So as we're researching, again, we don't have many secrets. When I'm researching the property, I'm going to share that with my buyer or seller. I'm going to share that with the consumer. We're going to advise consumers if the property is in an owner's association, if it is subject to an HOA. What are those dues? Those dues can change, but what are they right now? Are there any special assessments? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to prevent right there. So if it's in an HOA, if there are subject to covenants, then we need to provide that to our buyer. Again, if there's monthly HOA dues, that needs to be calculated in their mortgage payment. Can they afford it? We need to advise our consumers that they need to review any pertinent information to the property, review this information about the property. Ideally, before we get them to sign an offer, I know some markets are swifter than others, and it might be more difficult, it might be more challenging to do. Even as fast paced as things were moving in the last couple of years, I mean, when I talk about an intense seller's market, I mean an intense seller's market. And even as fast as things are happening, y'all, homes were going under contract within hours of being listed. Some buyers weren't even seeing them. They were just making offers sight unseen. So did I have time to do all the research and look everything up? Not really, but guess what? As their agent, wasn't that my duty to find the time super quick? Because even as swift moving as the market was, doesn't negate my responsibility. It doesn't change the fact that I still have a duty to assist the buyer with this information, to helping them get their hands on anything and everything prior to signing the offer. And then the other thing that we started introducing you guys to in this unit, and you're going to kind of start to hear a common theme over and over and over again. One thing as agents that we always need to be on the lookout for are little red flags. If something goes up, if your little red flag goes up and tells you something isn't right, or I don't know, or I'm not sure what that is, you need to pay attention to those little red flags. You need to recognize the flag. You need to take appropriate actions. Do you need to call the seller or the listing agent and ask some questions? Do you need to go look it up? I'm not going to diagnose it. I'm not going to tell you what's wrong, why it broke, and how to fix it. That's not my specialty. My specialty is to help the buyer and seller identify red flags, identify things that may hinder one way or another their sale or purchase of this property. This takes me back to disclose. Disclose. And this is where we're heading when we get into Unit 7. Disclosure is so big, you guys. We don't have secrets. Once I learn something about a property, why would you not share that with your buyer or seller? They're the ones involved, right? You just showed up on the scene. They're the ones that are involved. So being on the lookout for these red flags is just a common theme we're going to start hearing over and over and over again in this class. If you will, look at your books on page 126 and 127. You see on 126, it says responsibilities of the real estate brokers. Goes over to page 127. I think you should read that. I think anywhere in your book, if it says responsibility of the broker, I think that should be your red flag to read that. Please don't try to do it now. Well, I guess the answer is it depends. Is it about to fall through? I mean, there's a lot. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys this right now. The Real Estate Commission's #1 answer to most of the questions they get is it depends. Because every case, every situation, every scenario is different. So there's very rare what flat across the board. Yeah, and I'm not gonna, so I don't want to get off topic. So there's very flat across the board. But the answer was it depends. And this is where we need to use our own judgment, our expertise, our knowledge. This is why we're doing the research. Not only am I waiting for a red flag to bop me on the head, I'm also out looking for red flags. I'm doing my research. We just said I'm checking out zoning. I'm going to NCDOT, see if there's any proposed highway or road constructions. I'm checking out the flood map, see if it's in a flood hazard. I'm not just waiting on these things to find me. I'm helping my buyers and sellers find the facts because I'm a fact finder. Do you have that written down yet? We are fact finders. The last little piece of Unit 6 just mentions some government-owned land. Just examples of things that the government owns. It's estimated that of the continental United States, the government owns about 30%. So there's about 30% of our land that's used for, you can see, state legislative houses, national parks, various government functions. You and I aren't going to get involved in that. Unless you get a job as a real estate agent for the government. That could be kind of cool. The broker for the government. So again, you guys, take Unit 6 and divide it into two categories. There's public land use controls that are enforced by the local government or the government. There's private land use controls that are enforced by the HOA. The trick to Unit 6 is to know who enforces it, to know what falls under each category and who enforces it. And that gets us through Unit 6. So we have those key terms on page 109. That key point review on 128. And then your student quiz on page 130 for Unit 6. What questions do I have on Unit 6?
So we don't want to deter anyone, but we want to do all of the research, the legwork, and everything on what potentially could be coming down the pipeline. Do we actually give them all of the information?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So they can make informed decisions.
I'm helping them gather the information for them to make an informed decision. You know, Mary, you may say, gosh, I never want to buy a house that, you know, where DOT might widen a road. Well, that's your, you know, hey, that's your, right? Does the buyer care? You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm not making these decisions for them. I'm just helping them gather all that information so they can decide.
Be really busy and you have a small child and just give them all the information that they have. Okay.
That's right. Then they decide if they want to buy it. They decide if it, you know, that's one thing I've learned. Some things bother some people. Some things don't bother others. I know what bothers me. You know what bothers you, right? But as far as the buyer, have you guys ever driven by a house and think, gosh, why would somebody live here? Why would somebody move here? They have their reasons, right? And that's where I'm not here to tell you what to buy. I'm here to help you gather the information so you know what it is that you're buying. And that helps me get back to a buyer deserves to know what they're buying. That's why they're hiring us, you guys, is to get them through the process. And that's from research and investigation the whole way through closing, that whole process from day one. Good question. Thank you. Let me go out real quick. I just want to point out, online learning system The Unit 6 material, in addition to the quiz, here's another Q&A brochure by the Real Estate Commission. We saw another one up in Unit 2 about condos and townhomes. So here's another one that they provide to help educate the public when it comes to buying subdivisions, planned communities. Streets are covered in here as well. So again, I think it's a good tool for you guys to use to help wrap your brains around all this. I encourage you to look it over to understand. Keep it in mind, it's written for the buyer, but I think it helps us understand it as well. And I think it's important you guys know that these resources and stuff are here as well. You know, I used to do new agent training, onboarding training. So I got you guys as soon as you got your license. And probably the number one question I got with new agent training was, when I'm talking to buyers and sellers, what do I say? I don't know what to say. And my answer was, you know, let the forms, let the brochures, let the material that's already available help put words in your mouth. We don't need to recreate the wheel and put our own spin on subdivisions. It's already available. So when you're working with buyers that want to buy in a new subdivision, this is a product we can hand them, have a discussion, and help them understand what it is they're buying in this new subdivision. So this is here for you to peruse if you choose. Any other questions from Unit 6? All right, we're going to start jumping around a little bit. Remember, I don't go in order of the textbook. I go in order of the syllabus. So the next topic discussed in the syllabus is Unit 20. Let's go back to page 497. Unit 20 is all about environmental issues or concerns. Does anybody look ahead at Unit 20? A couple of you? Unit 20 is scary, isn't it? This is the unit that'll make you terrified to breathe the air that you breathe. This is Unit 20. Scary stuff in here. So in Unit 20, we're going to talk about some basic environmental hazards, one that we need to be aware of, so we can look for those red flags, so we can help our buyers and sellers discover. And before we look at that, you guys please turn with me to page 499. And there's a picture on 499 of the source of these environmental hazards that we're getting ready to talk about. So you can just kind of see where various of these things come from. Now, I don't know of a home that has everything. If you had your inspections done and I was your agent and they came up with all these environmental hazards, I might suggest you rethink buying this house because it looks like really scary, doesn't it? But again, this just gives us an idea of what we might find where. So with these environmental issues, these are growing factors of importance in all of our real estate transactions everywhere across the state, residential, commercial. And how you and I can handle it, the best thing that we can do is disclosure. Once we know, we can't unknow. Once we see, we can't unsee. Once we hear, we can't unhear. Once we smell, we can't unsmell. So once we learn of something, we know, and that's where we have a duty to disclose. We do need to be on the lookout for red flags, understanding I'm not an environmental expert. It's not my job to diagnose it, but I am on the lookout for red flags, so I can encourage my buyers and sellers to investigate to learn more about it. Any of these environmental issues start with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. Their website, you can Google it. Not now, please wait till after class. Their website is a great source in remediating a lot of these environmental issues. The proper people to call to take care of it. Another thing we're going to start seeing over and over and over again in this unit is this idea of a material fact. So I'm going to get there in Unit 7, But for right now, let's just do a very broad definition as we start talking about material facts. Basically, anything that a reasonable person would recognize as relevant when you're making a decision to buy. Is mold relevant? Is that something you want to know about? Sure. What are you going to do with it when you buy? I don't know, but it's something you want to know about. And for right now, that's what we're saying a material fact is. We're going to do a deep dive on material facts when we get to Unit 7. So let's start talking about all these super scary environmental issues. The first scary thing we have is asbestos. Asbestos is banned. We don't build with it anymore. But if you come across an older building, they may have used asbestos. Sometimes, often it was used to wrap around pipes, maybe for an insulation, maybe even sound. If asbestos is intact, it's just fine. The problem with asbestos is when it becomes friable. And what you're looking at in this picture is friables, but you see how it's all kind of like hanging down and like falling off and everything? What happens is it becomes friable. All the little particles get out in the air. You and I breathe the air, and those little particles get into our lungs. So asbestos can cause respiratory problems. Again, if it's intact, it's fine. Because disturbing the asbestos can make those little particles break up and get in the air, removal may not always be the best treatment. The best treatment might be to encapsulate it, which would be to pretty much take this and roll it back around the pipe, seal it in a way that those little particles aren't getting out. Now, obviously, if you're doing demolition, removals, what you're going to do, and that's where we bring in the asbestos team. There are people out there that are certified to handle asbestos. They know what they're doing. Have you guys ever heard, I never say this right, but have you guys ever seen the commercial on TV? Have you or your loved one been diagnosed with mesothelioma? Was that close? Yeah. That's what's happened. We've been exposed to asbestos. We've had asbestos exposure. Again, any older, it was banned in 78. You don't need to know that year as it relates to asbestos, but just know if it was built prior to 78, you may come across asbestos. Another scary environmental concern we have is lead. This could refer to lead-based paint. This could also refer to lead from lead pipes. We used to use lead pipes, or solder. Solder is the connecting agent that connects metal. Lead poisoning affects our children. Lead poisoning affects the development of those little organs. So children and pregnant women with their fetus could be susceptible to lead poisoning. Causes damage to those developing organs. And one thing that the EPA has done for us is provide this brochure that you're looking at here, protecting your family from lead in your home. And if it's possible that lead could be in the home, EPA, we're just helping to educate the buyer and tenant. By the way, this affects both. All right, when it comes to lead-based paint, you need to know this year. Lead-based paint was banned in 1978. Anything built prior to 1978. We actually have a disclosure, a seller disclosure. If the home was built prior to 1978, the seller needs to disclose what they know. Have they ever had it tested? If they have, do they have records and reports? Guys, we can't disclose what we don't know. Fair statement? So if you've never had professional contract work to your home and it was built prior to 1978, let's say you're a do-it-yourselfer and you paint yourself. Maybe you knew you could have it tested, maybe you didn't. But we have a seller disclosure to disclose what they know if they know. Anything built prior to 1978. And this disclosure is required on all residential transactions. May it be for sale or for lease. Tenants come with kids too, yes? So again, we want to educate the tenants, especially those with young children. All residential sales or leases, anything built prior to 1978. And lead-based paint identifies this as target housing. Anything built prior to 1978. There are a couple exemptions to target housing. For example, housing for elderly people would be exempt from the lead-based paint disclosure. So if you have a nursing home, for example, again, it only affects developing organs. Another exemption to target housing would be 0-bedroom dwellings. What I mean by that are like our dorm rooms, military barracks, studio apartments. Other than that, lead-based paint applies to anything built prior to 1978. So with the form, anyone selling or leasing, owners of properties for sale or for lease are required to disclose if they know. If they don't know, they can't disclose. So if they've had it professionally painted, contractor. Somebody's worried about granny. Remember, you guys, lead only affects developing organs. That's why it's exempt for elderly. So we can only disclose what we know. If the owner of a property has had professional work done, if they've paid contracting work, and the home was built prior to 1978, that contractor knows that they need to have it tested. They need to have it sent out and tested. By the way, the only way to test for lead in the home, usually the easiest place to get to it is the windowsill or the door frame, and they actually go in and chip up paint and send it to the lab. So if you're working with a seller and they want to test, prepare them for that. They try to do it underneath on the frame itself, an inconspicuous area. They're not going to try to do it like in the center of the room or anything. Fines for these contractors for not performing the tests, for not doing the certification. Could be looking at $750 a day by North Carolina. They could be looking at fines of $32,500 per day by the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, if you're a do-it-yourselfer, if you painted yourself, maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe you had it tested, maybe you didn't. We can only disclose what we know. The homeowner can only disclose what they know. So when it comes to us, what's our responsibility with the lead? Well, once I know, I have to disclose it. So if the seller shares with me, I can't test for it. But if the seller shares with me, if they share their reports, I'm going to disclose what I know. And then we always have a duty to make sure that the seller properly completes the addendum. We're going to look at this real quick when we come back from break. But we're going to look at that seller disclosure. $1978. Questions on lead? Again, if your buyer or tenant are concerned about lead, help get them gather the information, get them that EPA booklet, encourage them to have it tested. Please don't ever look at your buyers and say, oh, it's fine, don't worry about it. Just don't let your kid lick the the windowsill and it'll be all right. Please don't ever say that. Guys, I don't have to make this stuff up. That's the fun thing about real estate. We don't have to make stories up. Help them investigate it. Help them learn about it. That's our job. All right. So let's take 10. Let's take our last break. When we come back, we'll look at that addendum and then we'll talk about some other things.
I have one quick question. So testing it is the only way to know that if it's
Yes.
lead based.
That's
Okay, you
correct.
can't tell by looking at it just because it
You can't
chips off
smell it
or
or
whatever.
no,
Okay,
no, we got to chip it up and send it off to the lab. Yep.
okay.
Thank you. Yep. All right. So let's take 10. Welcome back. I don't know where my voice is going, but I'm hoping I got one more hour left in me. Bear with me. Give you what I got. All right, so let's take attendance. We're back in Unit 20 talking about our very scary environmental stuff. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, we're not. We're looking at a form first. First off, all the forms, you guys, in the online learning system, under the welcome section, Jane has a link here to all her current forms. And let me get out of this for a second. When you click on that, you can see this is like well, this isn't every form. This is a lot of the forms available to us from the Real Estate Commission. Now, we're not going through all these forms in this class, but we do have it here as a reference for you guys. Any form that you might be tested on, we actually get into forms more in Unit 8. So we'll specify which ones you may be tested on. But just because we're talking about it, I want to point out the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. Why don't you guys, I got a private chat question for you guys. In a private chat, remind me what we said earlier, the word amendment means. Amendment. If you amend something, what are you doing? As we start talking more and more about our forms, we're actually going to talk primarily about two different types of forms other than our contracts. But we got two different types of forms. One is an amendment, which changes something. Another type of form that we're going to start introducing you guys to is an addendum. And when you see the word addendum, do you guys see the word add in there? If something is an addendum, it adds to and becomes part of the offer to purchase and upon acceptance becomes part of the contract. So this is an addendum. If the home was built prior to 1978, we're going to have this addendum added to our offer to purchase and contract. Again, more on forms. We'll revisit this when we get to Unit 10, more on the paperwork. But just so we can kind of start seeing those words now, the difference between an amendment and an addendum. An amendment changes, an addendum adds. So we've added this, we will add this to our contract. It tells us right here, part of the offer to purchase and contract. You can see it references that EPA pamphlet. So it guides us to that, protect your family from lead in your home. Talking about the lead warning statement. I'll let you guys read this if you wish, not a testable, but it's there. Please understand, this form is not saying your home was built prior to 1978, so it has lead in it. What this form is saying is because the home was built prior to 1978, it may have lead in it. And this form actually serves two purposes. The first step, the first purpose is a seller disclosure. It allows them to disclose the presence of lead in the home. Either they know or they have no knowledge. And if any records and reports are available, they're going to provide those to the buyer. So the seller has to make these disclosures to the buyer. And then the second piece of it are the buyer's disclosures. They're going to, buyer's acknowledgement. They're going to acknowledge receiving the EPA pamphlet. They're going to acknowledge receiving any of the reports and the records made available by the seller. So the two of them, again, the two of them have things to do with this form. And we'll see this when we talk about our contract and we look in the offer in Unit 10. But I just wanted to show you the form and again, show you where you can access anything. I think I mentioned our first day together that they did all of our form changes. On July 1st, we got all new forms. So we are looking at the current forms. You guys have seen more than maybe an agent practicing right now. These things just got rolled out like 11 days ago. Questions on lead.
I was curious in here, it said something about banning it. So it says the residential use of lead-based paint. Commercially,
Still may
It's
use it, still
not
may have
banned.
it. Yep. Maybe, I'd be surprised, but the particular importance is residential because that's where our children live. Another scary environmental thing we have out there is radon. Radon is scary. Radon is clear, it's odorless, it's colorless, it's a gas. It's a gas, it's the byproduct of decaying materials in the ground. So as items decay, they release this gas into the atmosphere. The gas is going to look for cracks in the ground to release its gas up into the atmosphere. And if the crack in the ground happens to be underneath a house, the house may have a high level of radon. The only way to know if there's radon is to test for it. A lot of our home inspectors are certified to test for radon. You can get do-it-yourself test kits. I've heard at like Lowe's and Home Depot. I don't know how accurate they are, but it might be a good place to start. The EPA has said anything, radon tests levels are called picocuries. And the EPA says anything over 4.0 picocuries is undesirable. Radon's everywhere. It's just one of those things because there's always decaying matters in the ground. So radon's everywhere, and it's not a health concern until the test comes back at 4.0 picocuries or higher. The way these tests work, the home inspectors test at least, they come in and they set up this contraction in the home. And the contraction takes like a snapshot of the radon level every hour. And they leave that contraction in the home for like 2 to 3 days. So at the end of that 2 to 3 days, they have an average. And if the average is over 4.0 picocuries, the EPA suggests that we put in a mitigation system. The mitigation system is part of what you're looking at here in this picture. This pipe is drilled into the lower level of the home here. And then there's a bunch of little fans in this pipe that help pull the air out of the home and into the atmosphere where it belongs. The mitigation system, again, usually resolves it. It's about ventilation. Anytime you have proper ventilation, you may not have this problem. So it just helps with that ventilation. Question comes in, how do you know which houses to be tested or when? I recommend to every single one of my buyers that they have their home tested because I don't know. I can't smell it. I can't see it. I don't know where stuff is buried in the ground. So I recommend all of my buyers have it tested. Let's see, long-term exposure to this radon gas. Again, we breathe it in, so it could affect our lungs, our respiratory. And I just mentioned ventilation. You know, some homes that are so secure, so tight, they don't have any, no cracks or anything. If you don't have ventilation, let me say this, homes are meant to breathe. Homes are meant for people to come and go. They're meant for the front door to open and close. They're meant for the AC and the heat to kick on and windows to open and close. And all that ventilation helps keep moving air around. So if you have a vacant home, for example, that's tightly sealed and nobody's living there, you may have a high level of radon. And then when somebody moves in and starts opening doors, you know what I'm saying? So it might just be that ventilation clears it out. But again, we're helping our buyers gather the facts when they're buying. Same thing with sellers if they have questions about it. These mitigation systems, somebody asking about their malfunction, they don't last forever because these little fans that are in the pipe only last like 5-10 years. So if you're in a home with a radon mitigation system right now, and it's been 5 or 10 years since you've had it tested, you may want to consider having it retested. I was with buyers once, you guys, and there was a mitigation system and we were in the basement. I mean, we looked at it, we pointed at it, we had a conversation about it. And I suggested that because all of my buyers, I suggest they have the radon mitigation test. And they said, yeah, sure, we'll do it. and it came back at like 8 point something. I called the listing agent called the seller called their radon mitigation guy. And the guy came out, and lo and behold, these little fans stopped working. So you replaced the fans, retested it, and now we're down to like 2 point something. So just because you see a radon mitigation system is in no way for you to look at a buyer and say, there's no radon in this home. The only thing we know by a radon mitigation system is that somebody put it there. We still want to encourage them to have it tested. As I mentioned, radon is everywhere. This was actually in one of our continuing education classes a couple years ago. Just to show us the more mountainous areas tend to have higher levels of radon because they have more rock. You get down east at the coast and there's more sand. The ground is different. It absorbs differently. I've heard Winston-Salem is known for high levels of radon. I don't know why that is, but I've heard. So you may test high on radon and your neighbor may not have any. Again, it's all where matters are decaying in the ground. You may not have problems with radon today, but in a couple of years from now, you may have something. There's no clean bill of health when it comes to radon. So when it comes to radon, what is it that we need to know? Well, the Real Estate Commission says that we have to disclose any presence of radon 4.0 picocuries or higher. Again, once we learn about this, it's a material fact that we have to disclose. And the presence of a radon mitigation system is not a material fact, but it should cause our little red flag to go up and ask some questions. Ask, why was this put in? Did you have lot levels of radon, or were you just being proactive? When was the last time you had it tested? Again, if those little fans only last 5 or 10 years. So I'm going to walk you guys through a scenario, and I'm getting ready to introduce you to several concepts that kind of talks about where we're heading. So just sit back for a second, take all this with a grain of salt, knowing we'll go through the process. But let's say, for example, you have a buyer and you put your buyer under contract. Now I want you to be the listing agent. Can I rechange my story? You're the listing agent. So you're listing a home for sale with the seller. Buyer comes along, makes an offer, and you guys go under contract. Once the buyer goes under contract, they're encouraged to have tests and inspections and investigations done. One thing we're going to learn is it's the buyer's responsibility to learn as much as the home as they possibly can. Within that period, the buyer has the opportunity to terminate their contract. Now, we'll talk about that, I promise. But if the buyer does their investigations and their inspections, and maybe they find high levels of radon, and they decide they don't want to deal with it, and they choose to terminate the contract, that's the buyer's right, as we'll learn. If the buyer shares why they're terminating with the listing agent, the reason I'm terminating is because the radon level came up at 8.0 picocuries and I don't want to deal with it. The listing agent puts the home back on the market. Doesn't the listing agent now have a material fact on their hand that they have to disclose? Don't they now know that the radon level was more than 4.0 picocuries? So a lot of times, you guys, when buyers start investigating and they use that opportunity to terminate, if the listing agent learns about things such as radon, for example, when they go back on the market, now they have this material fact. I can't disclose what I don't know. So if that radon report was never shared with me, can I disclose it? No. But if it is shared with me, and guys, you can't receive an email and go, oh no, I didn't get it. Once you receive the email, you've received that information, whether you choose to open it or not. Does that make sense? So making sure that we're properly disclosing what we know. Some sellers may offer to put in the radon mitigation system. Some may not. They don't have to. Again, we'll talk more about that process as we get into future units. But this is probably one of the bigger things that comes up. And, you know, it's a conversation with your seller listing agents, right? Like if this buyer terminates, radon's not going to go away. So that means it's going to come back up with the next buyer and the buyer after that, right? As many buyers as it takes to find that one, but this doesn't bother if the seller's not willing to put in that mitigation system and remediate it. So it's just a little window of where we're going. We've got to disclose material facts. And if we learn of the radon level being 4.0 picocuries or higher, we've got to disclose that. I'm not going to tell a buyer not to buy. I'm just telling them what the radon level is. I'm providing the facts. Another scary environmental thing we have is formaldehyde. This can often be found in pressed wood products. Think of like plywood, particle board, foam insulation, glue, and furniture. You very well may have furniture built. I had a pre-licensing student a couple classes ago said she bought a bed and there was a red sticker on it, like a frame. And there was a red sticker on it that said, warning, may contain formaldehyde. She was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what to do with that. And I was like, well, I can understand that if you don't know what that is. So formaldehyde is not banned, but it does come, as I said, with a warning. Again, ventilation helps because these glues, these particles get in the air. There's no definitive that it does cause cancer, but it could, which is why it comes with a warning. For right now, we're still using formaldehyde. We'll see if something happens in the future. But for right now, it's not uncommon to buy furniture that's used with glue. Another scary environmental concern we have are underground storage tanks, also known as USTs. This is another thing that's gotten really big, really fast in real estate. Old tanks buried underground, maybe they're still in use, maybe they're not. But if they have contents, maybe they have oil or gas or propane, if they have contents, if the tank itself corrodes and starts to leak, the contents is going to seep out into the ground. It could eventually affect our groundwater. When it comes to underground storage tanks, we were bad. For the longest time across the country, we thought if you had an abandoned storage tank, the solution is to bury it. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Well, we realize now the problems with that, the dangers with that. I've heard that it's estimated that there are millions of abandoned underground storage tanks across the country. Millions, that's a lot. So if there is a leaking underground storage tank on the property and the contents get to other properties, it gets in our groundwater and it travels down to the next property and the next property. The owner of where the tank is located is always going to be responsible for cleanup. Even if it was placed by the previous owner, it was buried, we had no idea it was there, not going to come up on the title search. So if you find it, even if a previous owner put it there, the owner will be responsible for cleanup. Now there's funds in place, right? They're not totally on their own. There's programs and funds in place. Question comes in, how can you find them? Well, it's not my job to bring in the backhoe and dig up the backyard, right? That's not going to be my responsibility. However, we need to look out for our red flags. So if you're walking in the backyard and you see soil stains in the yard, your flag should go up to ask some questions. If you walk in the backyard and you trip over a pipe sticking out of the ground, that's a pretty good red flag right there that something's buried there, yes? If there's no pipe, if there's no soil stains, can I disclose anything? I don't know anything to disclose. See, that's the thing, you guys. I can't disclose if I don't know. So we're looking for pipes. We're looking for these soil stains. We're looking for those red flags. But if nothing's throwing a red flag, I have nothing to proceed with. I have nothing to disclose. I can ask the seller, you have any buried pipes and buried tanks? I mean, you know, we can ask, we could start the conversation that way. But if they say no, and you see a pipe sticking out of the yard, does your seller possibly lie to you? It's a really good possibility. Do you have to disclose the buyer? We have to disclose what we know. We're not expected to bring in the backhoe and tear up the backyard. I'm not expected to walk around with a metal detector. Does everybody hear me? I'm expected to disclose what I know and look for those red flags. As I mentioned, there's people to help with regulating underground storage tanks. There's federal and state laws. There's the North Carolina Leaky Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Act. You don't need to know that. We'll reference that in a future page. But there are strict restrictions on cleanup and removal of the tank. So in other words, if you got a pipe sticking out of the ground, a funnel and kitty litter isn't going to fix it. We need to call in the professionals. We need to call in the people that know, because maybe we need to dig it up. Maybe they can fill it. Whatever they need to do so it's not that hazard anymore.
When you say soil stains, are you meaning like darkened soil spots?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like oil. Yep. So when it comes to these underground storage tanks, what's our role? Well, again, if we know of a current or a previous underground storage tank, we've got to disclose it. If we know of a tank, if we know buyer's agents, we should encourage our buyers to have it inspected. I can't have you inspected if I don't know about it. I can only disclose what I know. Y'all make a note. There's a fascinating story in your book on page 505. Don't read it now, but make a note to read it after class. This just is an example of what can happen if these things go undiscovered for too long. They're everywhere, you guys, but I can't assume, and I can only disclose what I know.
Hey, Julia, so for instance, if we're like on a property and we notice that and we tell whoever the seller's agent is, but they don't relay it, like, and then it comes back to us, like, how do we write that down? Do we make note of that ourselves?
That's a great question, Tim. And I want you guys to write something down real big for me. You ready? This is another theme you're going to start hearing me say over and over and over again. Everybody write really big on your piece of paper. Write this down. Document everything. What do we document? Every stinking thing. So Tim, that's a great question. What if? Well, let me ask you guys this. Can I make anybody do anything? I mean, can I bust up to the sellers and be like, I'm an agent, do what I say? It doesn't work like that, you guys. If that's why you're here, I'm here to tell you. That's not our job, is to boss people around. So if we show up on the scene and we talk to our sellers about some of these environmental concerns, or we talk to our buyers about the importance of having inspections and investigations, and they kind of blow us off, how do you protect yourself? You have the documentation. Emails are great, texts are great, but guess what? If you have a conversation of substance, either on the phone or face-to-face, I need you to go home and follow it up with an email talking about, per our conversation, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That, Tim, is how we can protect ourselves, because we have our documentation. Most of you guys come from other careers, other industries. Anybody else's industry have the document every stinking thing policy? It's how we protect ourselves. It's the only way to protect ourselves, because guys, you're not going to be able to stand in front of the real estate commission or a judge with a he said, she said story. So how you prove that you had that conversation about inspections and the importance of inspections is through your documentation. I think of my job as twofold. I'm here to help you get your license. We're going to get you through the state exams. But the second part of my job, I want to help keep you out of real estate jail once you do have that license. So document everything. If you find yourself wondering, should I document this? The answer is yes. You can't have too much. You can not have enough. Another super scary thing in Unit 20 is mold. Not just any mold, but toxic mold. Mold ranges, mold's everywhere. If you take a big deep breath right now, you probably breathed in a mold spore. Mold is everywhere. Not all mold is bad. Mold ranges from the mold in the air in your home to, you know, black toxic mold, which is bad. Mold causes respiratory problems. Again, particles get in the air. We breathe the air, it gets into our lungs, specifically this toxic mold. Mold can grow anywhere. All it needs is a little bit of moisture and oxygen. That's all it needs. And mold can grow fast. It gets the right amount of oxygen. Again, ventilation, that airflow can help dry that out if we don't have the moisture. If it gets bad, though, we're going to have to call in the professionals. There are people out there that are certified, qualified to handle mold, toxic mold. Agents for red flags that we can be looking out for. If you see any water stains or if you know of any previous water damage or floods, that may cause my little red flag to go up, cause me to ask some questions. Yep. Yep, you can't paint over mold, can you? Don't show up with a bottle of bleach. Like we can take care of this. It just, oh, I know people do. Yeah, they do. YouTube certified. You guys, everybody's got a quick remedy. Isn't it much cheaper to splash bleach on something than to call the professionals? You just wasted money on bleach, is what you just did. Have you guys ever walked into a basement, a damp basement, and thought, this smells basement-y? Guys, there's no flavor called basement-y. That's either some kind of mold or mildew. Especially unfinished basements, concrete basements. Probably some kind of, my little red flag would go up. So when it comes to mold, what do we need to know? Well, the fact that we see mold isn't a material fact or smell mold unless it's in excessive amount. They consider an excessive amount more than 1 square foot. So if you see a little dot of mold, it's nothing to get excited about. And again, our big responsibility is to identify these signs. If the seller knows, we need to encourage them to disclose. Maybe they had an insurance claim. Again, did you have any flooding? Did you have any previous water damage? It doesn't take much for mold to grow. I remember my team had a listing many, many years ago. And we called it a diamond in the rough. It needed the right buyer. It needed the right homeowner. It was an estate. The gentleman, the nephew, was left the property. He didn't want to deal with it. So he did no work whatsoever. Just sell it as fast as I possibly can. Went under contract. I'm not pointing fingers, but this is what I know. The home inspector came out and did their thing, which would include testing the AC unit. And then the next day, somebody walked in the home and it was jam-packed full of mold. And the AC unit had been left down at like 55 degrees all day and all night. And that condensation, that cool air, that oxygen, that fast. Home inspector denied. I'm not making accusations. I'm just saying he was the last one there and the last one to touch the AC unit. Anyway, it doesn't take long. And until we could get, again, the nephew didn't want to do anything. So now it took a really special buyer that wants to handle this, that wants to deal with this. We sold it. And my team also has a policy now Policies come from experience, don't they? So we have a policy. If your home inspector is there at a vacant home, if you're the listing agent, home inspector is at a vacant home, when the home inspector leaves, you need to go behind him and make sure everything is turned off and set back to the proper settings. We got to have checks and balances because we don't want that to happen again. It was crazy how fast it grew. Like I said, that condensation from the AC unit running all night long. Doesn't take much. All right, so let's see what we got here. A couple of things to wrap this unit up. Federal North Carolina environmental issues. EPA is a great place to start. CERCLA is who manages our cleanup and spills. CERCLA is Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. They provide the resources, the funding. And you can see, if you look with me on page 510, there's several different subchapters, if you will, of the CERCLA. Again, you don't need to know these, just know that they're there. There's our North Carolina Leaky Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Act. There's our Coastal Area Management Act, Mountain Ridge Protection Act, Dredge and Fill. So just various subcategories, if you will, from CERCLA to help with retention and properly remediating some of these environmental concerns. We'll see you Thursday. All right, so let's talk about who's liable. Well, the owner of the property is going to carry the most liability. The owner is the one that's going to be responsible for cleanup of a lot of these environmental acts, even if it was caused by the previous owner. Once you buy a property, you get it all. Even the undisclosed things, you take it all. So the owner is the one that carries the most responsibility, the most liability. However, we're not off the hook, you guys. When it comes to these environmental concerns, the broker, it's not our job necessarily to run out and discover environmental hazards, but it is our job to make sure we disclose once we know. It's our job to make sure that we disclose. Again, once we see something, smell something, hear something, read something, once we know, and we have to disclose. What we could get in trouble for is improper disclosure. And that takes us back to our document everything. Because if you want to disclose, like you said, I think the question was to potential buyer. It's funny what people forget, right? Today it's not important. Oh, whatever, I don't need to know that. Tomorrow it becomes a thing of importance. And if you don't have that documentation, you don't have a leg to stand on. And that's what I don't want to see any of you, anybody get in trouble just because you didn't have that documentation. So if you have that face-to-face conversation, if you have it over the phone, go home and follow it up with an email. We have so many forms out there to help aid with the disclosure. Even an email though, you got a sent folder, right? With a date and a time stamp. And that gets us through 20. We're just zipping right along. So what have we been together? 4 classes now, 2 weeks. We've blown through 7 units. Y'all just wait till Thursday. Hang on to your hats. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So for unit 20, those key terms are on page 497. There's the key point review on 512. And then our student quiz on 515. Yeah, but we only met 1 day last week, so I don't count that as a full week. What questions do I have about anything? 20 or beyond? I'm going to stop sharing so we can look at each other.
And Julia, from your personal experience as a broker, of the material that we've covered so far, did you have any run-ins with it or complications with it because you failed to do any of it, or because you didn't know it, didn't have a good understanding of anything?
I'm sure, I'm sure there is, but that's why I think I'm a big fan of checklists. And I'm a big fan, before I list your house for sale, I'm going to go through my checklist. Did I check zoning? Did I check DOT? Did I ask you, Tim, did you have any problems with water damage in the past? You with me? So we have various checklists that we can follow. Hopefully, again, your firms will help with your policies, because Tim, it's right. There's a lot. I don't think people realize how much is involved until we start sitting in this class and hearing about all the things that we're helping people, the facts we're helping them find. So I think having those checklists and systems in place, and your firms will help you develop those. But I'm also one thing we're going to learn when we get to fair housing, what we do for one, we do for all. So if I'm going to do research for one seller, aren't I going to do research for all my sellers? I'm going to treat everybody the same. So whatever my policy is, I'm going to make sure I'm following that. Every single listing, every single buyer. And if I'm doing something wrong, at least I'm doing it across the board for everybody, right? It's not just for one. But there's definitely a lot. And that's why we have listing checklists, we have contract checklists, we have closing checklists. We got all sorts of checklists just to help keep everything. You guys think I upload my checklist into my closed transaction file? What do you think? Am I going to document my checklist? I guess is what I'm asking. Better believe I do. Because what do we document? Everything.
So how do you keep your personal feelings off your face, I guess is how I'm going to say it. Like when
practice.
When do you walk into the house before selling? Because when we first
that's if I can, but if my buyers and I are out looking home after home after home, we're seeing it for the first time. So yeah, you're going to walk in and you're going to see some things, like some horrendous things. And Mary, I guess that comes with experience, because I walk into a house early in my sales career and I'd be like, ooh, look at that. My buyers would be like, I don't want it. If you want to buy it, you can have it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, understanding there's different opinions, there's different, and remembering that I'm not the one buying this house.
Right.
So,
well, looking at this
personal
chapter we
opinion
just did, like with the radon, we walked in and my agent actually saw and had shown the houses before. I walked in, I'm like, nope.
Right back out.
It was just scary to me.
Yeah.
And you're saying, oh, it's everywhere, but like, it's no big deal. To me, it's like, nope.
It's everywhere. And if you have it, that's the thing, is you gotta fix it. So, there's facts that we get from the EPA, and then there's your feelings and beliefs, right? So again, we're fact finders. I provide the facts. I tell my buyers about radon and the importance of having a radon test. And then I look at them and I say, do y'all want to have it tested? And they either say yes or no. But I'm not just saying, do you want to have it tested? I'm explaining why I think it's important that they have it tested. So we're providing the information for them to make that decision. I know a couple of you are telling me in the chat, you got to work on your face. We've gotten really bad on Zoom now that we're not in person anymore, aren't we? So, or as much, so we've gotten pretty bad about Zoom, about our facial expressions. But yeah, you're going to walk into some front doors that, that's all I have to say about that. I had a teammate once say that she wished the MLS come with a scratch and sniff feature, so you could smell the home before you got there. I'm like, well, that would be nice. I kind of like the idea of that. But seriously, I've been with buyers where they walk in the front door like you did, Mary. They walk in the front door and they go, and turn around and walk out. That's on them. If they walk into a home that they want to see the whole thing, that's what I'm doing. I'm with them. So I think experience and just, you're gonna see some things. I can't prepare you for things you're gonna see. You're walking into other people's homes. Even the cookiest cutters of neighborhood, everything changes when you walk in the front door. I think Well, I don't think. What I like so far about these first couple units, I mean, yeah, you're going to be tested. There's some test questions coming. We've seen some red stars, yellow stars. So I don't want you guys to ignore these first 7 units. But I think a lot of what we've been doing so far is building ourselves up to where we're heading next. So before we do that, I forgot to do this with you guys, and I do want to go back. We're going to go back to unit 5 real quick. And I want you guys to turn to page 100. Absolutely. So on page 100, do you guys see the first in practice? It's talking about the offer to purchase and contract 2T. You guys see that? Will you guys take just a minute and read that? Seller shall execute. That's straight from our standard offer to purchase and contract. Take just 1 second and read. Paragraph is straight from our offer to purchase and contract. Aren't there a bunch of words in there that you know now that you didn't know 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, we didn't know what a general warranty deed was. We didn't know what fee simple marketable and insurable title was, mechanics liens, encumbrances, ad valorem taxes, utility easements or easements in general. There's our covenants, liens, encumbrances. Whole bunch of words in there that 3 weeks ago, you may or may not know what those words mean. And that's what we're doing. We're kind of building you up to prepare you for, in this case, when we start talking about our contract, introducing you to some of these topics, some of these ideas. So when we get to the big, we've been exposed to it. So what, y'all give yourselves a pat on the back. Seriously, we've only been together for, what do we say, 4 classes? And we've already read the daggum offer to purchase and contract and knowing what those words mean. So yes, you're going to have testable topics for the first couple units. But let me talk about where we're heading. So on Thursday, when we come together on Thursday, we're going to Kahoot first. So be on time so you can Kahoot. We'll do a nice recap of, I think it's 4, 5, and 6, the last couple units. And then after we Kahoot on Thursday, we're going to get started in unit 7. As I mentioned at the end of last class, units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units. What do I mean by that? There's lots of red stars. I hope you like looking at red stars because we're getting ready to see them. Specifically, if we were to break up 7, 8, 9, and 10, 7 and 8 is all about agency. Understanding agency, creating the agency relationship, knowing what duties and responsibilities I owe to my clients through agency. Unit 8 gets more into our agency agreements, the binding contract between ourselves and our buyers and sellers, and what that contract looks like, what our duties and responsibilities to each other are. 9 and 10 then get into our sales contract. So 9 covers basic contract law, lawyer 101. 10 is specific to our sales contract. 7, 8, 9, and 10 are about as real life as this class gets, because agency of contracts are what we are dealing with on a daily basis as real estate agents. I think it's my belief when you guys sign up for this class, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is what you thought you were signing up for. I'd be willing to bet you guys didn't think we'd be babbling on about zoning and flood hazards and DOT, right? So it's my belief that 7, 8, 9, and 10 is what you guys thought you were signing up for. And again, heavily tested, lots of red stars. So we're going to get started on unit 7 on Thursday. We won't finish it. Wherever we finish, we'll know we'll pick up the following week. I'm encouraging you to use this time. If you're not caught up on units 1 through 6 and 20, we'll forget about 1, just forget about 1. So if you're not caught up on units 2 through 6 and 20, or you haven't looked ahead at unit 7, Please, I know it's Tuesday. I know we work. I know. But I'm really trying hard to get you guys on board when we do get to the heavily tested stuff on Thursday in Unit 7. So please look ahead, review where we've been, look ahead at where we're going. I'm always here to answer questions. Guys, remember, we have no rear view mirror in this class. So that's why I make myself available to you outside of class. Fair enough? Questions, comments, concerns? Deep thoughts on life? Let's boogie out a few minutes early today, knowing what we got coming on Thursday. Sound good? All right, y'all have a great afternoon. Have a good day tomorrow. We'll do it again Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.